Hi, my name is Augustin, I'm 21 years old and I live in France. I wasn't alone to realize this film. They are Johan, Soto and Juliette as filmmakers. Our film tells the story of an extraordinary woman who lived as a homeless person for several years and how she got out of it, as well as the different fights she leads, such as access to housing, for example. What inspired you to make this film? So, at the beginning of the writing of the documentary, we want to meet a former homeless woman working in an association helping those in need. We want to talk specifically about women who have been homeless. On the street, they are much more vulnerable than men. They suffer from rape, insecurity, and poor hygiene. However, no one wanted to testify, and we had to rethink our writing. That's when we discovered Elina Dumont, a former homeless media personality who raised awareness about dangerous consumables, homeless life, and the importance of having a home. That's when we said to ourselves, okay, we are going to write a documentary and aspiration for this person, to know his past so we can focus on his present. How does your film address the situation of human dignity and your environment? Our film focuses on the present of a woman with a very complicated past, on the fights she leads for herself and for others, in order to raise awareness about the difficult condition she has lived. Elina does this through the book she wrote, but also her show. Every person should have access to housing. It should be an universal right, like access to clean water or food. Elina's intervention in the documentary strongly contributes to awareness through her story. Knowmad Short Film Festival proposes an event around the sharing of knowledge and the place of the human being in the society. The idea is reflected in our documentary, and it's quite naturally that we've tried our luck in your festival. So thank you for all the staff of the festival for making this possible. Hope to see the other selected films, and I hope you like our short documentary.
Si j'avais pas fait 30 ans de psychothérapie, de soins avec les addictologues, les psychiatres et tout, je n'aurais jamais pu faire mon spectacle. Parce que pour faire un spectacle avec de l'humour, il faut avoir beaucoup de distance. Je m'appelle Elina Dumont, j'ai pas eu de chance dès la naissance. Comme quoi, quand on dit tout le monde est égaux dès la naissance, je pense que c'est un peu faux. Ma mère avait de graves problèmes psychiatriques et sur décision de justice, j'ai été placée, à l'époque on disait DAS. Et à 10 ans et demi, quand elle est décédée, je suis devenue pupille de l'État. Et à 18 ans, je me suis retrouvée à la rue parce que la prise en charge était terminée.
C'est Elina SDF. Elina SDF. C'est la première fois que je...
De 18 ans à 19 ans, j'ai fait ce qu'on appelle de la rue sèche. Je savais même pas que le 115 existait, le secours populaire. J'avais trouvé une technique grâce à un sans-abri qui était beaucoup plus vieux que moi, avec qui je buvais beaucoup, et qui un jour m'a donné des petits cachetons, et je suis tombé dans les pommes. Et en fait, je me suis retrouvé à l'hôpital. Donc chaque fois que j'étais dans la rue, je buvais, je prenais des cachets, et je tombais dans les pommes. Dans ma tête de sans-abri, c'était une super technique. Et le dernier hôpital que j'ai fait, c'est l'hôpital Sainte-Anne. Et l'hôpital Sainte-Anne ont été outrés, j'avais 19 ans, qu'une gamine comme moi soit à la rue. J'ai été abîmée par des produits très dangereux et je suis une femme aussi qui a été très abusée pendant toute mon enfance, mon adolescence, violée dans la rue.
C'est mon passé, ça.
J'ai quand même écrit un livre qui s'appelle Longtemps j'ai habité dehors. J'ai écrit un spectacle des quais à la Seine. Et ben je me dis, ça vaut le coup de se faire soigner. Donc c'est pour ça qu'il a fallu que je fasse quand même 30 ans de psychothérapie pour prendre de la distance sur ma vie. Mais tout ça m'empêche pas de rire et de jouer mon spectacle avec beaucoup d'humour. Alors je vous cache pas, c'est de l'humour noir. On a traversé Paris en 2 minutes. Et d'un seul coup, il s'arrête. Descends. On va t'acheter une robe et un porte-jartel. Fais vite, on est à la bourre. Alors moi, vite fait, bien fait, je saute dans la cabine d'essayage, j'enfile la robe. J'avais trop faim. Capitaine Albert! Capitaine Albert! Capitaine Albert! Le porte-jartel! Il va pas du tout avec ma culotte. T'as qu'à pas la mettre. Là où je t'emmène, t'en auras pas besoin. Je sais pas où il voulait m'emmener, mais apparemment, pour me passer d'une culotte en plein hiver, ça devait être super bien chauffé. Quand j'ai commencé à jouer cette pièce de théâtre, je sortais juste de la rue et je venais d'avoir mon appartement à 44 ans. Aujourd'hui, j'ai plus d'un demi-siècle et vous imaginez bien que ma vie a changé. Donc mon spectacle change au fur et à mesure que je vis. En 10 ans, vous imaginez bien qu'il y a plein de choses qui se sont passées et mon spectacle est grandi. Aucun souci, mademoiselle. On va vous réinsérer. Et croyez-moi, grâce à l'aide de Dieu, on va y arriver. Un petit peu de volonté. C'est juste un petit déménagement. 15 ans le déménagement. Ma plus belle récompense, c'est quand les gens sortent de mon spectacle et me disent « Elina, plus jamais on regardera un sans-abri de la même façon. » Et ça, j'ai gagné.
I am 33 and I came from China and I currently study in Japan. And Winter Sleep is a short story about how this lockdown makes one feel. What inspired you to make this film? We wanted to make a film about how people get used to exposing themselves to a web camera and the living style under pandemic. Yeah, the film was made in 2020 and I have been locked down in my room for almost half of the year, and since then I just felt it was quite desperate, and we had this idea that the animals in the zoo have already got used to the surveillance 24/7. And how does your film address the situation of a human dignity in your environment? To me, that the room in my animation is another character except for the main character. When you enjoy your room, when you live in it, it's like a shelter. It's nice, it's warm. But under the pandemic, since you can't get out of the room is like a cage. It's still a shelter, but we know that we want more than that. And I thought my animation, Winter Sleep, it's a story about the living conditions of human rights and animals. So I submitted it at once. I want to appreciate the people in Knowmad Short Film Festival, and hope you really enjoyed my animation.
Aboneliğiniz 7. ayda sona eriyor. Başka yardımcı olabileceğim bir konu var mı? İyi akşamlar. Müşteri hizmetlerinden Çisem ben. Nasıl yardımcı olabilirim? Anlıyorum Recep Bey. Bir saniye bekleteceğim sizi. Abonelik bilgilerinizi kontrol ediyorum. Recep Bey şu anda kontrol ediyorum. Recep Bey görüşmelerimiz kaydediliyor. Recep Bey, önümdeki bilgiye göre değiştirme talep etmişsiniz. Ancak istediğiniz model mevcut şartları karşılamıyor ne yazık ki. Anlıyorum Recep Bey, fakat bu model için krediniz yeterli değil. Sizi modellerimize dair tekrar bilgilendir... Evet, krediniz dahilinde. İyi akşamlar. Müşteri hizmetlerinden Çisem ben. Nasıl yardımcı olabilirim? Murat Bey, Burcu Hanım, Osman Bey, Nazım Bey, Özlem Hanım. Lokasyon bilgimizi sağlayamıyoruz ne yazık ki. Başka yardımcı olabileceğim bir konu var mı? İyi akşamlar. Müşteri hizmetlerinden Çisem ben. Nasıl yardımcı olabilirim? Seda Hanım, bilgilerinizi kontrol ediyorum. Seda Hanım, son 3 ayda tarifenizi aşmışsınız. Anlıyorum Seda Hanım. Şu an tekrar kontrol ediyorum. Seda Hanım, yurt dışı aramalarından aşımınız var. Eğer isterseniz... Anlıyorum Seda Hanım. Kampanyadan çıkış talebiniz alındı. İşlem gerçekleştiğinde SMS ile... Görüşmelerimiz kaydediliyor Seda Hanım. İyi akşamlar. Müşteri hizmetlerinden çizsem ben nasıl yardımcı olabilirim?
Ma'am, you do understand that there's a curfew here in the state of Pennsylvania due to the COVID outbreak?
No, sir. I'm sorry.
See some license and registration, please. Thank you. Allison Ford, do you know why I pulled you over?
No, sir.
Taillight's out. I'm gonna get that fixed here pretty soon, okay? Ma'am, are you okay? Your eye.
I fell.
Ma'am, are you sure? That looks like it used some stitches. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Well, drive home safe. Make sure you get that light fixed, okay?
Sa ngayon, advice sa amin sa management, tataboy nga sila kasi yun nga magulo.
Opo.
Once na siyempre, pagka nagkaroon kasi ng commotion, ibig sabihin, maraming maapektuhan, siyempre nagiging siya makikita ng mga tao.
Opo.
So, ang advice sa amin, itataboy sila.
Kahit po papasok sa mall, hindi po pwede.
Hindi na pinapapasok. Kahit nga kung pwede nga rin dito, hindi na pinapasok. Diyan lang sila sa North Avenue.
Okay.
Kinakausap na, huwag na kayo pumasok dito. Kasi mahirap pagka pumasok kayo dito, baka magkaroon kayo ng gulo dyan. Madadamay pa yung trinoma. Makita namin na umabot na sila ng 20. Alam namin na, grupo na naman to na kailangan itaboy na kayo.
Parang tingin, syempre, perception kagad namin, they tend to manggulo.
Opo.
Ganun, basta yung ganun ng bihis mo. Siyempre, inuunahan na namin sila na baka magreklamo sa yung customer. So, yun lang naman.
Yun lang po.
Pero wala namang, other than that, wala namang problema sa kanila. Sige, kuya.
Thank you, kuya.
Salamat po.
Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Nowadays, we often encounter a group of kids or teenagers dressed in the most current street-style trends. They often gather around in malls, parks, and parking areas to mingle with people or friends who share the same interest in fashion. The beasts got hype. Filipinos often call them jejemons, a term for a popular culture phenomenon in the Philippines. Said that they're the new breed of hipsters who had developed their own subculture in fashion, started from their own style of slang language and written text. Jejemon is also used as a term to describe someone who has an eccentric style, having a street fashion style of the lower class. But their style had changed and their labels had evolved. Now they're called hype beasts, as they call themselves. Hype beast derived from the clothing line brand name of the contemporary fashion and streetwear. Hype beast is defined in a slang for someone who was obsessed about the hype in fashion and will do whatever it takes to obtain that desired hype. The use of the word is usually an insult for having a low class or lack of style. The hypebeast culture is also highly influenced by hip-hop and rap music. The way they dress is also influenced by the renowned street clothing imitations from thrift stores, markets, and banquetas or sidewalk stores. The availability of the imitations and cheap clothes led them to their fashion preferences. Having a sense of belongingness, they are confident to show themselves with their peers in places. They always have GEB or General Eyeball, where different clans or groups from different schools or barangay meet. Their meetups are usually in shopping malls and public parks.
Patay na, wala siyang guard, wala mang umaawat. Ano ko yung guard, hindi na inawat. Sige na, o sige, boom. Uy, naku na yung mga guard, hindi nagtatawag. Wala na, wala na, kawawa naman yung isa. Oh. Oh my gosh. Ay! Hoy! Oh my gosh. Guard! Guard! Pigilan mo yan, guard! Hoy! Obligasyon niyo yan, guard! Hoy, guard! Obligasyon mo yan! Nandito yan! Oh my gosh! Ang Diyos ko pa, meron pa rin eh, oh! Oh! Hoy! Tatawag ako ng pulis! Tumigil ka!
The hypebeasts are now associated with stereotyping, not just to their fashion style, but into judgment to their own attitude and etiquette in public spaces. They are often associated with gang wars and juvenile crimes. But for them, they don't mind what other people say. It's just the way they dress that gave them their confidence. It's only our fashion, they say, and for them, it's not something to do with their attitude and etiquette. For the hypebeast people, the misconceptions of society about them should not be generalized.
Hi, my name is Aaron Gwynn. I'm a Canadian filmmaker living in Atlanta in the US. I'm the co-director of a film called Romantic Chorus Jade with Jeff M. Giordano. The film is about Jade Terrio, who is a self-described cyborg and comedian and entertainer, as they speak about their experience of disability and sexuality, both in their experience and more generally in the community for people with disabilities. The other aspect of the film that's really important is it's rotoscoped. It's done by an animator named Joseph Crockett, and it's done by hand, frame by frame. Thanks so much. What inspired us to make the film? So Jeff and I, our big decision, or the big idea we had for this film, is that we really wanted it to be something that represented lots of different people's perspectives. So in the case of Jade, we wanted to give voice to someone who otherwise might not have the chance to speak about sexuality and disability. So the question is, how is human dignity integrated into your film, and how does that affect your environment? In our film, Romantic Chorus Jade, Jade actually mentioned it pretty early on, that one of the most important aspects of human dignity is feeling comfortable in your own body. And we feel that, in this case, Jade lives in the Bay Area, but this really applies to any community, whether it's nationally or internationally, that feeling good within your body really will make a great change in our society. Personally, I can't think of anybody in the world better than Jade to talk about human dignity and human rights. Not only are they a very engaging speaker, a very interesting person, I think they have a lot of experiences that otherwise don't get talked about in the mainstream media. For us, what we got really excited about Knowmad was that you focus a lot of your work on creation and collaboration, which is something that our entire team is really passionate about. We really love making work with really large groups of people, and that allows us to bring in different aspects, both of art and documentary filmmaking. So we're really excited to be part of the festival, and we really thank you for all the hard work you guys do. Thanks.
So, my expectations are maybe a little bit askew. I don't like people who like me too much, which is a weird kind of thing that I'm trying to overcome, and would probably make me less single if I got over that. I have a theory. I do have a theory about myself, because obviously disability is a huge factor in my dating. I always say, I don't think disability is a bad thing, even though a lot of people do. There's a quote by a performance artist. His name is Neil Marcus, and he's disabled. And I love this quote. It's, disability is an art. It's an ingenious way to live. So people are always like, oh, you overcome your disability. It's like, no, I never overcame it. It is me. This is me. Yeah, definitely in the bedroom. I've never really been able to, get off with another person. I've come close, but not as much as with myself. And then the flip side of that, even with myself, being able to get to that point where I've had a great time with myself took years and years and years. It was not something I discovered at 14 years old, It's not just something that happened overnight. And I think that's a lot of fear of being vulnerable with yourself and being able to really feel your body and accept your body as a sexual and interesting being, and so, I think a lot of the times in my head I go like, oh, if I just sleep with this person, it's gonna be so great, they're so hot, they're so sexy, oh, I'm so into them, oh, I think about them whenever I, have fun with myself or whatever, but it's like, then when the moment comes, you're like, comes, quote unquote. Whenever the moment comes, you don't come. It's like kind of like, okay, this is weird, this is awkward. sex is awkward, oh my god, what are we doing? This is disgusting. It's just like the reality comes into view and all the fantasy kind of floats away. And you're like, this is not a rom-com, this is not a movie. Fear is the operating principle. I mean, it's kind of between all romance. I mean, I think that, sure, whenever I'm seeing someone, I drink more, I do more drugs. I try to lower my inhibitions because I want to be able to open myself up and be like, look, this is the real me. Even though the real me is all drugged up and fucked up, but these are my barriers destroyed. And because you want someone to see who you really are, not the nervous, scared version of you. Like even in this interview, I'm not saying anything about you, but even in this interview, part of me is like, man, I wish I was a little drunk or a little on something so I could really say what I really feel, but I'm not. I'm completely sober, so it's like, I guess the fear involves worrying that people are going to think that you're someone you're not. So whenever I talk to other disabled people or people with my disability about, because I'm in groups online and things, and people are like, oh my god, I'm so single, no one's ever gonna love me with me being crippled, and the key, or at least what I think is the key, is you have to fall in love with something that's not a person. There's a light at the end of the tunnel, and it's not going to be a person. And so I feel like I've had to overcompensate my physical shortcomings, I guess you could say, by being extremely charismatic and learning how to actually listen to people and love people and take an interest in people for who they are. And I've had to overcome my own expectations in order to kind of attract other people. And I think a lot of people expect me to not be able to do things. I mean, most people think I can't even feel the lower half of my body, which is not even true. So they think I'm completely out of the question in regards to sex. And let me say a disclaimer for that, even people who are paralyzed have extremely fulfilling sex lives, so don't even take that as it. You don't have to feel your legs to have an orgasm, just saying.
Muchas veces me preguntan si no tengo mayores anhelos en la vida, si no quiero llegar algún día a un mundial. Me preguntan muchas veces si no me gustaría rodar por verdes pastos o alfombras rodeadas de gente que gritan y se animan con solo mi presencia. Me preguntan muchas veces, curiosos, ¿cuál es el valor del cariño? Y yo les digo orgulloso a los balones que me miran con desprecio, que no hay libertad más hermosa que poder rodar libre en los pies de la inocencia. Pero tú, balón, cuando llegas, eres uno más, uno del montón. Cuando llego con quienes juegan conmigo, logro despertar sonrisas, esperanza, alegría. Y en muchas ocasiones consigo que la gente, los niños, olviden sus penas, su miseria. Tú que te rozas con los grandes astros que no tienen para ti más que una cara de desprecio al final de un partido, pues no eres más que un utensilio solo para alcanzar grandes ganancias. Yo ruedo a los pies de los niños, de los ancianos o de quienes quieren jugar conmigo, porque yo no distingo si tienen o no dinero y si hay o no aspiraciones. A ti, balón, también te digo que estás encerrado entre paredes de concreto. ¿Y yo? Yo soy un alma libre, que voy a donde la vida me patee, a donde ellos me lleven, a donde pueda dar alegría. Muchas veces me preguntan si no quisiera estar en lo más alto de un pedestal, como lo intentas tú semana a semana, para convertirte en el símbolo de la grandeza. No, balón, eso no es lo que yo busco. A mí me guardan con gran celo y cariño en una humilde caja debajo de donde se construyen todos los sueños. A ti no te remiendan, te cambian. A mí me curan día tras día, porque a mí no pueden cambiarme. Por eso, el cariño de ellos crece. Yo soy amigo, soy familia. Lo más que puedo temer es que me dejen afuera en la noche y que se les olvide a los niños cuidarme. Pero yo disfruto viendo las estrellas del cielo y lo hermosa que es la libertad. A ti te patean con finos zapatos, los más caros que uno ni siquiera pudiera imaginar. Mas, sin embargo, a mí me llevan entre sus sueños con aquellos zapatos desgastados o con los pies descalzos, y los que juegan conmigo son más felices de lo que nos podemos imaginar. No, amigo balón, no es falta de aspiraciones quedarme a admirar un atardecer cuando uno descubre que en la vida el dinero no lo es todo.
Milestone, the world surpassing 1 million deaths from the coronavirus. Richard Engel now on the scars the pandemic has left across.
Hi, my name is Dominic Waters. I'm 23. I'm from the UK. Myself and my co-director Daniel Gonzalez made this film, which follows a Roma traveller and gypsy campaign as they hold a protest at Parliament Square to oppose the government's new proposed policing bill, which will be the single biggest threat to the traditional way of life, nomadic way of life of gypsies and Irish travellers in the UK. I kind of stumbled across the issue on Facebook and saw the campaign and thought it seemed like a really interesting story. And to be honest, I knew really little about the community apart from the prejudices that I'd been exposed to in the media and, speaking probably honestly, probably held myself. However, I felt that these beliefs were likely to be incomplete and trusted there was a story to be told, which there was, and I was very glad to do so because the community was so welcoming and warm. And how does the film address the situation of human dignity in your environment? Well, it kind of addresses it at the level of people's right to live according to their cultural identity, and who gets to decide the way in which we live, and whether, you know, you want a kind of homogenous society with one cultural identity, or different cultures are going to be respected, which is a very pertinent issue. And also it addresses it at the level of our right to inhabit the land beneath our feet, because that's one of the things that are at risk with the policing bill, in that in the UK land is becoming increasingly privatised, and as that happens, if we let people decide if we let those who own the land decide how that land's used, you're creating a lot of power amongst a minority, and yeah, we may no longer have the right to roam and do lots of the stuff that we probably take for granted at the moment. The goal with the film was to draw attention to the issues as it related to the traveller and gypsy community, and hopefully present a perspective from within the community, because it's the perspective that you don't often hear, and I feel like people had enough prejudices about the community that I didn't really feel it was necessary to give a balanced argument, because I think the other side exists generally out there anyway. And how did the seventh art help express that vision? I thought it was really useful to have a way to connect the argument that was presented in the film with visually how shocking some of the places travellers and gypsies get placed and have to live. So in the film, one of the locations is really quite shocking, and I think that being connected with their argument and their resistance is really powerful. I think human rights and human dignity are one of the most important things for film to address, and is the main reason why I got into filmmaking, in that I want to make films that address those kind of issues, which is why I did this film, and why I'm sending off my film to Knowmad Short Film Festival. Cool. Thank you very much.
So we're on Stable Way, which is an Irish traveller site, and it's famous in Britain in that most gypsy sites and traveller sites are built in environmentally marginal areas, and this is one of the worst, in that it's not just built on a dump, it's built underneath a road. And a lot of the residents that live here, they've experienced things being thrown over at them on a regular basis. It's just round the corner from Grenfell Tower. And we know what happened there in terms of when people are dumped in places where they shouldn't be, awful things can happen. So this is a kind of a symbol of resistance. So Pat, whose plot this is on, he's opened up his yard to us so that we can leave from here to go to Parliament Square with a symbol of our freedom, which is the horse and the trolley.
I've been in houses, I've been in trailers, I've been in wagons, I've even lived in tents. In the houses, for me, it's a prison, it's depressing. I feel like doing myself in the house. That it makes people lazy. It's so depressing in the house, you're caged in, it's a prison. It is a prison. Look at this site here, caged in, living in above that. They wouldn't put houses here, would not put houses here. And look at the industrial site there. And they make us they want us to come off the road to live in a place like this. Why?
Why do you think people ended up on this side?
Because there's nowhere to go, because of the laws they're enforcing, and because it's getting so hard on the road. A lot of these people on here are family people. They want their children to go to school to have education, and possibly try and fit a little bit better into society. But unfortunately, living here or on the road, you're still they still won't let you go into society. You're still frowned upon because of what you are.
Now, police could soon have new powers to move on gypsies and travellers camped on land without permission. New laws making their way through Parliament would mean fines or imprisonment for people who do not obey police orders to leave an illegal site. The move sparked protests on Parliament this week. Critics say the legislation puts gypsies and travellers in an impossible situation where they're committing a crime by simply having nowhere else to go.
This is the summer of Discontent. This is day one. We are then going on to Appleby on the 12th of August.
We will not be walking into the history books. We are not going into the history books.
We're living in a world that's full of casual racism, and it's getting powerful and powerful. I can't believe it, the laws this government introduced. Being threatened with arrest is absolutely not committing no crime. I don't have to commit a crime. I don't have to do anything wrong. Just by being somewhere, I can be arrested, I can be put in prison. My home and my vehicles can be confiscated from me with no evidence of wrongdoing at all. My wife and family could be left on the side of a road.
My mother used to say, if you force a cat to go and live in a kennel, at what stage of his life does he become a dog? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? You could boil us, you can boil us. You cannot take the traveller out of us. Do you understand? It's ingrained, it's in our DNA.
And this bill criminalises a whole way of life. It risks wiping out Gypsy, Roma and traveller cultures. So we need to be really clear about what this is. This is a racist, this is an unjust, and this is a bill that needs to be resisted.
A Roma man was killed by the police in a shocking and very similar way that George Floyd was killed. So I would like to ask you to keep a minute of silence in the memory of the Roma man who was killed by the Czech police.
I'm a rambling man. Now I look behind me. My rambling days are gone. Well, I remember when I was a boy, my freedom, my lifestyle. Oh, I live like a king. The road was my home, for the road I lived on. Now every road that I go, I'm told to move on. I'd visit every fair, and I'd go to every town. I'd meet all my people, we'd all assemble there. We'd deal the whole day through, and we'd sing all night long. Now I look behind me, my rambling days are gone. If I could see the future, changes there would be. A rambler I was born, and a rambler I'll always be.
Hi, my friend.
Hi, wo warst du denn? Eine Minute.
Okay. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Lütfen dikkat! Yalnızlık Bakanlığı'nın çıkardığı son yasaya göre insanları yeniden sosyalleştirmek, dijital yalnızlığı sonlandırıp daha mutlu bir toplum yaratmak amacıyla yarından itibaren herkes yeşil bölgelerde bir araya gelecektir. Yasaya uymayanlar cezalandırılacaktır.
Nada. Sadece ben yalnız mıyım? Dünyanın dört bir tarafında binlerce arkadaşım var benim.
Yalnızsınız efendim. Şu anda bütün toplum tıpkı sizin gibi aile ve dostluk kavramlarını unutmuş, birbirinden ayrı, esosyal yaşıyorlar.
Ama mutluyum arada.
Sanal mutluluk yaşıyorsunuz efendim. Anne ve babanızla geçirdiğiniz çocukluğunuzu hatırlayın. Gerçek mutluluk, sevdiklerinizle beraber olduğunuz anlarda duyduğunuz sevinçtir.
İyi ki doğdun rüzgar, iyi ki doğdun, iyi ki doğdun, mutlu yıllar sana.
Üçüncü şekil. Bak dayıya.
Sana haklısın.
Uyanma vakti, uyanma vakti, uyanma vakti.
Son dakika. Yalnızlık Bakanlığı'nın dün aldığı kararlar özgürlüğe kısıtlama olarak görülüp siber saldırılara neden oldu. Hükümet yasayı yürürlükten kaldırmak zorunda kaldı.
C'est étrange. Je ne sais pas ce qui m'arrive ce soir. Je te regarde comme pour la première fois.
Io, cara mia, non ti capisco. Sei forte, eh? Guarda che ieri io, quando sono andato via da qui, avevo un malessere interiore che io non sapevo bene perché. Però adesso che se n'è andato, che è uscito da quella porta, quel grandissimo figlio di puttana è pure stronzo. Ho visto chiaramente come ti tratta, me ne sono reso conto. Cosa vuoi che ti dica? Non ci posso credere. Sono indignato, sono veramente indignato, io non ci posso credere. Guarda, sto pure per scoppiare, ma siccome mi conosco e ho imparato l'arte dell'autocontrollo, preferisco respirare prima di parlare. Certo è che ieri io, quando sono andato via da qui, arrivato a casa, io non sapevo, non capivo perché mi sentivo tanto malessere interiore, non so come dirti, una sensazione di angoscia, di pesantezza, di ansia. Sì, è vero anche che io ho fatto 2 o 3 tiri della canna dell'Adina, bocca mia, stati zitta, però quando io sono arrivato a casa mia, non mi rendevo conto del perché di quella sensazione. Però oggi sì. Sì, oggi senza neanche un pochino di droga, senza sostanze chimiche, antidepressivi o infusioni varie, oggi mi è tutto chiaro. La verità, mia cara, è che tu mi fai proprio pena. Io veramente non ti capisco. Ma di questi tempi in cui la donna ha acquisito forza, ha diritto di voto, ci sono donne sempre più indipendenti che lottano e trionfano col femminismo in testa, con il movimento Me Too che fa il giro del mondo, e poi come dite adesso voi, le donne al potere, con tutto quello che avete saputo conquistare. Siete pure presidente di vari paesi, guarda, perfino la Merkel, e non tocchiamo il tema. Arrivi tu, ti fai trattare così, senza dir nulla, obbedisce e basta, come una schiava, come le serve di una volta. Ah, ti piace lo stile da servo, ti piace lo stile sadomaso, è così, no? Che ti trattano male, che ti sfruttano, che non ti pagano nemmeno i contributi e che ti fanno lavorare addirittura a qualsiasi ora del giorno e tu zitta, muta, come una monaca chiusa in un convento. Guarda, io avrei potuto aspettarmelo da chiunque, onestamente, ma da te, proprio da te, no. Tu che sei così moderna, con questi fianchi. Guardati pure nello specchio con questo modellino che indossi, così fashion. Sei veloce, sei capace, sei intelligente, sei pure efficiente, risolvi tutto rapidamente e poi parli inglese, francese, tedesco, cino, russo, praticamente tutte le lingue del mondo. Io non so come tu possa sopportare tante umiliazioni. Io veramente con te non ci capisco più nulla, guarda, allucino. Ah. Non dici niente. Non ti si accende neanche la lampadina, neanche un po'. Alexa, non dici niente. Guarda che io sto parlando con te, non con i muri. Mi vuoi dire qualcosa, sì o no, Alexa?
No entiendo la pregunta, no comprendo, no sé qué quieres decirme.
Sì, non capisco. Te lo dico io. Tu sei stupida, cara mia. Non ti rendi conto che non ti hanno chiamato né Marco, né Francesco, né Andrea, né Matteo? No, Alexa. Dai. E poi scusami, com'è che si chiama l'altra? Dai, aiutami, caspita, sì, che ce l'ho qui sulla punta della lingua. Dai, dammi una mano. Ah, sì, Siri. Dai, su. In questo secolo della liberazione femminile. Ma per piacere, ma apriamo gli occhi. Vabbè, va. Alexa, metti la musica e spegni la luce del salone.
Cara, cosa mi succede stasera? Ti guardo ed è come la prima volta.
Che cosa sei? Che cosa sei? Che cosa sei?
Non vorrei parlare.
Cosa sei?
Ma tu sei la frase d'amore cominciata e mai finita.
Non cambi mai, non cambi mai, non cambi mai.
Tu sei il mio ieri, il mio oggi.
Proprio mai.
E il mio sempre, inquietudine.
Adesso ormai ci puoi provare. Chiamami tormento, dai, già che ci sei.
Tu Tu sei come il vento che porta i violini e le rose.
Caramelle, non ne voglio più.
Certe volte non ti capisco.
Le rose e i violini, questa sera raccontali un'altra. Violini e rose li posso
First, I wanted to express my gratitude and appreciation to Knowmad Film Festival for considering my film. It's a pleasure to be part of your event. My name is Che Sei Marhamati, also known as Saviz. I'm 20 years old and I'm from Birmingham, United Kingdom. My short documentary is about Christians from Iran who face torture, punishment, and are threatened by the government just because of their religion. Because Christianity is banned in Iran and any form of religious activity is illegal. My film is specifically about one of those Christians, Reza, who is forced to leave his country and family to immigrate due to the danger for his life and his struggles throughout the journey. The film also explores his current situation. What inspired you to make this film? The place I was working at, I met a few Iranian Christians. We got close and they told me about their journey to the UK. Their struggles back in Iran and their struggles throughout the journey. The things they told me were shocking, dramatic, and something you only see in movies, but they were real. For example, losing your friend in the ocean, being in a boat with half of it filled with water, being forced to hold on to the bottom of a truck's chassis and staying in a forest at an immigration camp without food for days. All of that struggle just to have freedom and be able to pray to your God without watching over your shoulder all the time. These stories inspired me to reveal what is truly happening to immigrants and also, most importantly, try to shed light on Christians living under Islamic dictatorship. How does your film address the situation of human dignity in your environment? It shows the lack of human rights and empathy from a dictatorship government who will torture, imprison, bully, or even kill without a second thought just for a different choice. These people fleeing their own country because of their government. And sometimes in today's society, they are mistaken for the same enemy that they themselves had to escape from. So this film addresses the importance of freedom of choice and reveals the lives of immigrants and their struggles. So the sympathy as the result of this documentary hopefully will decrease the hate towards them as well. To help raise awareness about the difficulties that the Christians in the Middle East endure and show their struggles immigrating to a better place. As I mentioned before, it highlights the lack of human rights, freedom of choice, and speech. I think the film will help us resolve these issues together for a hope of a better future in peace for everyone. I believe cinema is the most complete art form because it's a mix of visuals, music, storytelling, and more. It's also the best way to express meanings, ideas, and to transfer feelings to the audience by using the cinematic language. I always strive for my art to be personal and always be coming from my heart because that's where it really counts. That's when it's the most authentic, I think. I managed to express Reza's story and create an atmosphere which would do his story and his situation justice by using every aspect of the filmmaking process, like cinematography, music, sound design, editing, framing, camera movement, composition, etc. I am participating in the Knowmad Film Festival because I wanted to be part of something bigger than myself, bigger than just awards. I wanted to be the solution and help make this world a better place. I wanted to give voice to human dignity, and I'm positive that the Knowmad Film Festival is the right, if not the best place to make a bit of change in the world in a positive direction. As you mentioned before, you are nomads, knowledge nomads, and I would love to be one of the engineers that help you build the bridge between people.
سلام، من رضا هستم و این داستان منه. خیلی خوش آمد. اتاق منه. دیگه حالا برای یه زندگی دیگه، برای خوابیدن، استراحت کردن میگذاریم تا ببینیم آینده چی میشه. اوضاع خیلی خراب بود و دولت دنبالم بود به خاطر که فقط یک مسیحی بودم. از نظر دولت کسی که از مذهب جدا بشه جرم محسوب میشه و پیگرد قانونی داره و مجازات میشه. من انداختن زندان و به طریق غیر انسانی شکنجه کردن و منو مجبور کردن که اعضای گروه لو بدم. راهی نمانده بود جز فرار از کشور. مجبور بودم که عزیزانم پشت سر بذارم و بیام. من برای رسیدن به اینجا زیر کامیون چسبیدم و کمرم رو روی اکسل کامیون نگه داشتم. 4 مرتبه منو گرفتن و برگردوندن. ولی برای بار 5 مجبور شدم که توی خود کامیون با مواد یخزده، گوشتای یخزده، ماهی‌های یخزده سوار شم و بیام. از پرنده شنیده بودم که چند تا زن و مرد، بچه اینا توی کامیون از درز سرما یخ زدن و مردن. بعد از رسیدن به فرانسه من و دوستم امید اقدام کردیم که حرکت کنیم بیام با قایق اینور. بعد از اینکه حرکت کردیم امید نتونست بیاد، من اومدم. بعد از 8 ماه خبر ازش نداشتم، اخبار اومد که یه قایق تو راه غرق شده و تعدادی مردن و بعد فهمیدم که امید بود. وقتی پا به خاک انگلستان رسید تازه مشکلاتم شروع شد. مامورا منو به دیپورت سنتر بردند و چند روزی اونجا بودم. از اینکه چه اتفاقی قراره برام بیفته خیلی ترس و دلشوره و اضطراب داشتم. بالاخره منو به سمت فرودگاه بردن برای دیپورت و طبیعتا من مقاومت کردم و با اونها درگیر شدم. منو زمین زدن و یکی از مامورا همینطور که پاش رو گردن من بود به من گفت
I'm going to make sure you're never coming back in this country again.
و یه اتاق دارم که توی زندگی میکنم و اجازه کار ندارم و نمیتونم به مملکتم برگردم و خانوادم رو ببینم. تنها چیزی که من خواهش دارم از کسانی که این مستند رو می‌بینن اینه که من یک فرد بین میلیون ها آدم هستم و اینجا آخر خط نیست. بعد از پشت سر گذاشتن این همه سختی، از اینکه تلاش کنی شهروند این مملکت باشی خیلی سخته. خیلی آنجا ما رو نمیخوان و با چشمای سنگین به ما نگاه میکنن. ما هم یک انسانیم. هیچ وقت نمیشه فهمید که بغل دستید چه چیزایی رو گذرونده. پس بیان با هم مهربان باشی. و حرف آخرم اینه که It is time to stop war and dictatorship.
Vela, un matecito.
Ale, gracias Gaby. A ver Romy, si querés un verde.
Gracias. Ire. Ay, gracias. Ana. Gracias, Ire. Clau. Gracias, Ángel. Poli. Uy, dale, Clau, gracias. Tomate. Ay, gracias, Poli. Bueno, ¿cómo están? Nosotras somos Rama.
Somos la Red Argentina de Mujeres en Animación.
Les invitamos a ver nuestro cortometraje Veo Veo. Un cortometraje realizado por 33 mujeres.
Y les agradecemos mucho por el espacio.
Que sea un gran festival. Muchas gracias. Saludos.
Ah, gracias.
Chao.
Gracias.
Hi, Marie. Harry here. Just calling to let you know I will be in the lobby at 8:30, ready to meet you and take you on your induction for your first day at Catch-all. On a personal note, I'd like to let you know that I'm from a small town as well, so I understand it's a big leap moving to the city. So save this number and call me if you need anything. Okay, bye.
Ah, sweet mystery of life, at last I found thee. I know at last the secret of it all the longing, seeking, striving, waiting, yearning, the burning hopes, the
Oh, sweet mystery of life, at last I found thee. I know at last the secret of it all the longing, seeking, striving, waiting, yearning, the burning hopes, the joy and idle tears that fall. For 'tis love and love alone the world is seeking, and 'tis love and love alone that can repay. 'Tis the answer, 'tis the end, and all of living, for it is love alone that rules
Hey, it's Harry. Just calling to let you know we won't be renewing your contract next week. We haven't seen or heard from you in a few weeks, and that just doesn't cut it around here, I'm afraid. Thank you for the work you did do, and all the best in the future. But please, give me a call to let me know if you receive this message and you're okay. Thanks.
دستان من اگرچه بی حرکت است ولی شوق نوشتن میخواهد که با قلم خدا همراه باشد ابرها را تکاند با گلها بازی کند جهان را ببیند مداد سیاه را برمیدارم و روی هرچه غم است خط بطلان میکشم توی آسمان دل آدم ها یک رنگین کمان میکشم تا آسمان دلشان کبود نباشد نسیم میکشم تا شاخه های احساسی به وزش در نسیم میکشم پاهای من اگرچه توان ندارم ولی بارها گام برداشته است من بارها زمین خوردم دنیا را رنگ خواهم کرد مهربانی ها عشق قلب پاهای من اگرچه توان ندارم ولی بارها گام برداشته است در سرزمین های دوردست قدم زده است جاده ها را پیموده است من بارها زمین خوردم ولی با امید بلند شدم تا آخر دنیا دویدم به اوج رسیدم من به خدا رسیدم به خدا رسیدم
what excites me the most about filmmaking. The frame. How many possibilities hide in just one frame? You put your camera on a tripod and you discover this alternate world, a secret dimension. It's like looking through a keyhole. Natural light, often blended with artificial ones. The battles of colors. Light can make you feel joyful. It can make you feel lonely, magical, peaceful. If light's not there, the picture is dead. And actors, they are incredible. They are the soul of the film. If a director is the painter and a script is the canvas and cinematography is the paintbrush in that painter's hand, then actors are the paint. They make the story come to life. You have to be trusting when working with actors. If you need your character to be happy, they're in the best mood of their life. If you need your character to break their heart, they break it. It's a difficult craft to master. Instead of one, actors have hundreds of lives. And not a single life in this universe has ever been easy. You got to respect actors. Sometimes they are difficult to work with, but that's how they are. I think that the biggest lesson I had to learn about my love was that the director is not the most important aspect of the film. That I am not the most important person here. I learned that the most important aspect of a film is the film. My love. I do everything for the film. It motivates each decision I make on set, each sacrifice I make. Each night I don't sleep to do my best, to cross the borders of hobby and step into the kingdom of art. To be one with my love. Ali, my fiancée, has been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. It means self-harm and suicidal attempts if not treated well. It also means you can't cure it. You can't cure your personality. It's your personality. But you can learn how to live with it. And we are learning. Every day. Just like I'm learning how to make films. What excites me the most about my love? You discover this alternate world. A secret dimension. The battles of colors. She makes my story come to life. I think that the biggest lesson I had to learn about my love was that I am not the most important person in the story. The most important aspect of this story is her. She's my love.
Uśmiechałam się.
Dobrze.
Long, long, long ago, far, far, far away, there was a land so beautiful. With a sky full of stars and a sea full of fishes, it was a happy world.
Hi.
But now,
Ayo.
there are a lot of dangers out there. Ammu, you should be careful. Never try to go there. Ammu, don't worry. This pink bubble will keep you safe from all the monsters of the world.
Wow. Yay! Ha! Bloop. This is the tail of the pink bubble.
An average day in a waste picker's life starts very early in the morning, like 4 o'clock in the morning, and they go on to work, walk up to like 10 kilometers to 15 kilometers a day to pick up just few kgs of recyclables, which fetches them a very meager sum of money. These are people who are living in very difficult conditions. They don't have access to any social security. They are one of the most vulnerable communities who even don't have proper housing systems, sanitation systems. The children, most of the times, because they have to move from one place to other, they also don't get to enroll to schools. So right now the city has about 35,000 such people. They don't get noticed for the work that they're doing. They're invisible people, invisible environmentalists, if you can say. My name is Inda and I'm part of this non-profit called as Hasirudala. We're based in Bangalore and 5 cities across Karnataka. We work with waste pickers in these cities and we look at their holistic development of say social security as well as livelihoods. What we do is we try to find a waste picker who has potential to become an entrepreneur. We give them training, we handhold him and support him for the training. And once the person is ready, we hand over a dry waste collection center to them, which are decentralized waste collection systems at a ward level. These are public-private partnership models where a DWCC is given by the BBMP. The first party to sign the agreement is the waste picker and the third party is the NGO. So we plan out these routes for them, like which day they have to go to which route for collection of waste. So once this waste gets into the centers, there's unprecedented levels of sorting that happens here, where the dry waste is also sorted into non-recyclable dry waste and recyclable dry waste. We try to look at the regularized markets where these people can get fair prices for the recyclables that they are selling. And a lot of people with their collection efficiency have actually come to a level where their personal journeys have changed. Like Mansoor's case, who used to run a small scrap shop in a small neighborhood in Banshankari, now runs a center. Now his kids go to school.
मेरा नाम मंसूर है। मैं 168 पट्टाभी रामनगर ड्राई वेस्ट कलेक्शन सेंटर को मैनेज करता हूँ। मेरी टीम टोटल अभी 12 आदमी की टीम है। उसके बाद मेरा टोटल अभी व्हीकल यहाँ पे 3 व्हीकल है। तो आज मैं सवेरे 7 बजे से लगभग 12-1 बजे तक डोर टू डोर कलेक्शन करता हूँ। शुरुआत किया था एक व्हीकल में 25 घर से, उसके बाद धीरे धीरे 2050 घर में जाने लगे।
So at the organization, we look at the holistic development of a waste picker. So we start with the social security aspect.
13 रुपए लेने नहीं आएगा, तो आप बैंक में अगर आपका खाता है, ठीक, बैंक के खाते में फॉर्म भरना पड़ता है वहाँ बैंक जाके, जिसमें आप बोल सकते हो कि मेरे पास ये स्कीम है, मैं इसका उपयोग उठाना, मतलब फायदा उठाना चाहता हूँ.
So we started developing a module on financial literacy so that they understand the importance of saving systems, banking systems, and what are the systems or loans which they can avail for their business.
What has happened is now we have replicated this elsewhere in the state, and we have seen what model that we have done is easily replicable in any city by anybody. And also in places where Hasrudala is not there or any other group that to work with waste picker is not there, the city themselves are doing.
When we started working in these wards, there was only 25 to 30% of segregation that was happening. Now we have come to a level where there are about 60% segregation levels. There are about 35 centers right now which are managed by waste pickers, and there are about 13 of them are women who are managing these centers. And in each center there are about on an average 5 to 20 people who are working in the centers as collectors, drivers and helpers. I want to see someday happening where there's 100% segregation of waste at the ward levels, so that we'll maximize this larger goal of more waste getting diverted from the landfills. If more and more waste is coming to the centers where these waste pickers, informal workers work, it's more and more livelihood and predictable income for these people.
One of the jewels of the city of Vincent, the Beatty Park Leisure Centre was built in 1962 for the Commonwealth Games, where the legendary Murray Rose and Dawn Fraser won 8 gold between them. Champions, legends and royalty have graced the park, including current-day local heroes. One of many millions who have swum her waters over the years is Richard Pace.
I'm Richard Pace. I'm married, I'm a father of 2, I'm a grandfather of 4, married for nearly 40 years. I've had a very interesting life with a lot of challenges, and I've had the greatest adventure anyone could ever have. Beatty Park has been a part of my life for a long time. The pool itself has changed my life and the quality of life that I've been able to have by going there. I'm 64. You know, that's nearly 30 years since I was supposed to be in a wheelchair. And that's only, in my view, because I'm in the pool every day. I was diagnosed with polyostotic fibrous dysplasia. It's a bone disease. It's in the right-hand side of my body. What was it like? I was 4. I didn't know, except it was really scary when I looked into my parents' eyes when I was going into surgery. I can remember going under as a little kid of 4 and 5, getting a needle and not expecting to wake up from it. I didn't really understand it. I have vivid memories of that when I was very young. I was an ethnic kid. I was very small. I wore big glasses. I always say I used to wear Coke bottles on my eyes. They were that thick. And from early ages, I remember getting my glasses taken off me and smashed. I didn't have a lot of friends. You know, so my school life wasn't very happy. And I didn't belong, if you know what I mean. When I was young, I missed out on everything. I watched the world. I didn't participate in it, which was also very challenging. It was lonely.
He was born with a bone disease and he has no control over it. But he said to me, he believes deeply that he created it, because he said if he created it, then he has the ability to be able to fix it.
I've had, in my lifetime, between 80 and 100 surgeries.
We got married in February 1983, and in August 1982, he had big major surgery to his hip, and he had a cast from here down to his knees.
I spoke to my specialist at the time and said, will I get better or something, I can't remember. And I remember the message he gave me is, look, you've had a really good run. You know, I think it's time you got used to being in a wheelchair.
I think that he was exhausting things that he'd done previously and wasn't getting a whole lot better. Convinced him to go to Beatty Park. And I think very quickly he probably realised the benefits. So he's been doing it ever since.
I started feeling something that I never felt before. It wasn't immediate, but it was a feeling of well-being. It was a feeling of strength and physical wellness. Something that I didn't feel when I was young. when I'm in the water, I feel focused on swimming, nothing else. It's almost like meditation when all you've got is a line, yourself, and you're counting the laps. I quite often say that I get into the pool every morning and I feel awful, you're out of bed, you fight yourself to get out, but I've never felt bad when I got out of the pool. The people that I mix with, my pool family, it's evolved into some great friends of mine and have a lot of laughs and a lot of fun too, so it's a great way to start the day for me.
And he surfaces suddenly up beside us like a spouting whale.
He's very funny.
Oh, his dolphin move, you mean? Oh, look, it really is annoying.
Well, I call him a dugong.
He thinks he's good, so we just allow him to think he's good. Yeah, that's about Richard in a nuthole. He thinks he's good.
It's such a great community in the morning in the pool. And you know that I'm probably the rudest person you've ever met. And I say the rudest things to people down there and they give it back to me, and every one of us will do anything for each other. So I met some great people and, you know, and all walks of life. I'm still walking, okay? People will say you call that walking, but I'm still getting around on two legs, in some manner, and I keep expecting to. Living is hard. Doesn't matter, okay, I've got a story, everyone out there's got a story. I hope that people will look at my story and say, wow, I mean, there is hope for me. I just have to persevere. And everyone can. If I can, everyone can. Everyone has problems. The only difference between everyone and me is you can see mine.
उतर सकै छी नहीं कि दिक्कत होइया
नहीं सकै छी कि 1 मिनट रुकू ना
शुरू में हमरो दिक्कत होइ छले अखन त पानी भ गेल छै Wait on BCC. खाली फोने पर गपसप होइ छले सब संगे
हमरा त केकरो सने गप होइ छै अभी होने छै सोचलिए कि आज आमने सामने करके भेट ले छी
नहीं कोनो बात परसों ऋषभ के बर्थडे में भेट हेते
परसों ऋषभ के बर्थडे छै
अहाँ के न बजल कैसे
नहीं चिनी छी न ओकरा केहन आदमी छै से जब जे ओकरा काम छले कैंटीन में पैसा के लागि त हमरा से लेके काम चला लेलकै जे हमरा पेनड्राइव के काम पड़ले तहिया कैसे हमर बिकर गेल छै नहीं देब अहाँ के
छोड़ू और कॉलेज केना चलैया
औरो केना चलते ठीके चलै छै ऑनलाइन चल रहल छै दिक्कत त होइ छै मुद्दा ठीके छै अहाँ के
हमर तो बहुत बढ़िया दू-दूटा कॉलेज से क्लास कर रहल छी।
दू-दूटा कॉलेज से? एडमिशन तऽ एकेटा में करै छै ना?
हाँ, वो तो हमर एकटा साथी जे छै ओकर तऽ दोसर कॉलेज में एडमिशन भेल छै ने, तऽ ओकरा में जे क्लास बढ़िया रहै छै हम ओकरा में जाकर कऽ लै छी, और ओकरा जे क्लास करे के रहै छै तऽ हम ओकरा ओकर लिंक पठा दै छी। क्लास तो ऑनलाइने छै ने।
टीचर सबके पता नहीं चली?
केना पता चलती? टीचर अपन पढ़ाव में पूरा मस्त मगन रहै छथिन, और हमर सबके होस्ट वाला साथी जे रहै छै ओकरा से बात कऽ के घुस जाइ छी ऑनलाइन क्लास के भीतर।
ऑनलाइन क्लास के फायदा तो अहें उठा रहल छै मजा से।
उठाबे पड़ले, नहीं उठेबे तऽ चलते। आरो घर परिवार में सब किछ केना चलैया?
की कहियो, बाबा गाम पर अकेले रहै छथिन, काल काल में मन खराब हो जाइ छै। अब सब गोरा हम सब यहाँ आवेला कहै छै तऽ कहै छथिन गाम पर जगह छै, जमीन छै, कोई सब हड़प लेती तब की करब? समस्या तो वो नहीं छै, आ बाद में जाके वही समस्या बहुत बड़का हो जेतै। कमजोर आदमी के देख कर तो देखबे करै छै, सब फायदा उठाबे के कोशिश करैत रहै छै।
हमरा सबके गाम में परिस्थिति हल्का तेनाहिते छै, मुदा चिंता नहीं करू।
चिंता केना नहीं करू, बाद में जाके तो हमरो साथ हो सकै छै ना। देखबे करै छै पापा और बाबा के समस्या, बाद में जाके हमरो साथ रिपीट होतै तऽ अहाँ की करबै सोचियो तऽ।
जे चीज उपयोग में नहीं रहै छै वो जियान भऽ जाइ छै। केओ भी जगह जमीन जेहन संपत्ति कैला लै छै अपन संताने के लेल लै छै ने, आ जखन संताने नहीं रहते वो संपत्ति लगमे तऽ वो कोनो कर्मक भेलै, आ ओना में एहन समस्या सब तऽ एबे करते।
से तऽ छै, मुदा ओहि समस्या में आदमी पड़ि गेल तऽ कथी कर सकते? समाधाने नहीं छै।
समाधान तऽ छै, नहीं छै से वाला बात नहीं, कि तऽ शुरुए से नहीं तो बादो में गामे पर जाकर रह पड़ले, अपन संपत्ति के रेख देख कर पड़ले, नहीं तो जे चीज प्रयोग में नहीं छै ओकरा बेच देवे पड़ले, बात खत्म।
वो तो हमरा हाथ में नहीं छै ना, वो तो पापा करथिन ना।
हाँ, हुनके करऽ पड़ते। अपन परिवार के बारे में चिंता खाली अहीं के थोड़ी नहीं, अहाँ के पप्पो के है ने, तो हुनका जे ठीक लगते वो चीज़ तो वो करबे करथिन। तही ला हम आगे कहै छी कि अहाँ अपन पप्पा के भार अपन माथ पर नहीं लिअ, कैले कि समय अयला पर अहूँ अपन दायित्व तो पूरा करबे करब नहीं।
कखनो काल अहाँ से बात करै छी तऽ हमरा लगैत रहै कि हमरा मम्मी से बात कर रहल छी, मम्मियो हमरा एहने समझाबैत रहै छै।
ककर से?
ककर रहते? ऋषभ के छै। हेलो, हुन्छ। हाँ ठिकै छ। ल हुन्छ।
की कहलक?
कहलकै बर्थडे में आबेला।
चलो तखन तो परसू बर्थडे में खूब मजा करबे। गिफ्ट में कथी ला सके फ्रेंड से?
देखियो अब जे बढ़िया लगते, जे सब बढ़िया लगते मिले।
हम तो सोचे
از ایران اومدیم، از خود تهران اومدیم.
از همه بیشتر من خوشحالیم واسه اینه که تونستم با همسرم بیام استادیوم و با این خانوما، چون ما تو ایران نمیتونیم خانوما رو توی استادیوم ببینیم.
بچه که بودیم باید با دختر همسایه تو خونه میشستیم و با عروسکمون بازی میکردیم، اما همیشه از پنجره به پسرای توی کوچه که فوتبال بازی میکردن با حسرت نگاه میکردیم. دلم میخواست فوتبال بازی کنم، ولی مامان بابا میگفتن فوتبال بازی پسرون است. بزرگترم که شدیم باید خودمون رو مثل پسر رو درست میکردیم تا بتونیم دزدکی وارد استادیوم شیم. تازه اون هم با کلی اضطراب و ترس. 5 یا 6 ساله بودم، رفته بودیم رستوران و خسته و گشنه داشتیم غذا میخوردیم. یهو آهنگی که دوست داشتم رو پخش کردن. هیجان زده شروع کردم به یه رقصیدن آروم با دختر همسایه‌مون شهرزاد. برادرم دستم رو محکم کشید و منو برد نزدیک میزی که پدرم نشسته بود. من هم گریه میکردم و جیغ میزدم تا اینکه پدرم برای اولین بار محکم توی گوشم زد. این اولین باری بود که اون منو کتک زد، ولی آخرین بار نبود. اونقدر از هم دور بودیم که هیچ وقت تصورش رو نمی‌کردی قبول کنم و برای جام جهانی باهات بیام کازان. از همون پارسال که توی خیابونای کازان آزاد و رها می‌رقصیدم، شاید برای اولین بار خود واقعیم رو دیدم. تا یه شب اون رو کنار ولگا دیدم و دیدارهای یواشکیم با اون در تاریکی ادامه داشت. ولی پس از سالها بالاخره آرامش با همون نگاه اول به سراغم اومد. زنی که همسرش رو برای عشق در اولین نگاه ترک میکنه، یکم برای فرهنگ مرد سالارانه ما زیادی نیست. از پارسال، از اولین روز ورودم به استادیوم کازان، تلاش به بازگشت به زندگی روزمره قبلی رو داشتم. ولی برام دیگه ممکن نبود. تک تک لحظه های پارسال رو یادمه. تو چطور؟ این همه ایرانی همه پر از عشق و غرور بودن. با اینکه میدونستن بردن تیم اسپانیا کار آسونی نیست. و باختیم 1-0. زندگیم از این رو به اون رو شده بود. من بلند جیغ کشیده بودم، بلند خندیده بودم. یهو دلم برای دختر همسایه‌مون شهرزاد تنگ شد. کاش اینجا بود تا این آزادی رو با هم جشن می‌گرفتیم. خوب یادمه که از بچگی عاشق رقصیدن بودم. این قدغن کردن حتی باعث می‌شد که بیشتر برقصم. ولی یواشکی توی تاریکی. اون حتی توی تاریکی هم سالهای سنگین سکوت و رنج رو در چشمام دیده بود. تمامی این سالهایی که با دروغ از دست داده بودم. خودم هم باورم نمیشد که بعد از این همه سال دوباره عاشق بشم. نمیتونم حدس بزنم خوندن این نامه چقدر زندگیت رو به هم میریزه. زندگی که مثلا زمانی زندگی هر دومون بود. یعنی تمام چیزهایی که طی این سالها با هم ساختیم نابود میشه. اصلا ما چیزی با هم ساختیم. چرا؟ فقط سنت برای ما یه چیزایی رو ساخت. مثل تمام عکس‌های مشترکی که کنار سفره 7 سین با هم داریم. چیزهایی که به زور و بر اساس سنت ساختیم چون قرار بر این بوده. و حالا بالاخره و پس از سالها تصمیم گرفتم برای همیشه برقصم. جفتمون میدونیم که این تصمیم برای هر دومون بهتره. میخوام برگردم به 5 سالگی. قبل از اولین سیلی که از پدرم خوردم و دوباره میتونم برقصم، ولی این بار در روشنایی.
mes cahiers d'écolier, sur mon pupitre et les arbres, sur le sable, sur la neige, j'écris ton nom. Sur toutes les pages lues, sur toutes les pages blanches, pierre, sang, papier ou cendre, j'écris ton nom. Sur les images dorées, sur les armes des guerriers, sur la couronne des rois, j'écris ton nom. Sur la jungle et le désert, sur les nids, sur les genêts, sur l'écho de mon enfance, j'écris ton nom. Sur les merveilles des nuits, sur le pain blanc des journées, sur les saisons fiancées, j'écris ton nom. Sur tous mes chiffons d'azur, sur l'étang soleil moisi, sur le lac lune vivante, j'écris ton nom. Sur les champs, sur l'horizon, sur les ailes des oiseaux et sur le moulin des ombres, j'écris ton nom. Sur chaque bouffée d'aurore, sur la mer, sur les bateaux, sur la montagne démente, j'écris ton nom, sur la mousse des nuages, sur les sueurs de l'orage, sur la pluie épaisse et fade, j'écris ton nom, sur les formes scintillantes, sur les cloches des couleurs, sur la vérité physique, j'écris ton nom. Sur les sentiers éveillés, sur les routes déployées, sur les places qui débordent, j'écris ton nom. Sur la lampe qui s'allume, sur la lampe qui s'éteint, sur mes maisons réunies, j'écris ton nom. Sur le fruit coupé en deux du miroir et de ma chambre, sur mon lit coquille vide, j'écris ton nom. Sur mon chien gourmand et tendre, sur ses oreilles dressées, sur sa patte maladroite, j'écris ton nom. Sur le tremplin de ma porte, sur les objets familiers, sur le flot du feu béni, j'écris ton nom. Sur toute chair accordée, sur le front de mes amis, sur chaque main qui se tend, j'écris ton nom. Sur la vitre des surprises, sur les lèvres attentives, bien au-dessus du silence, j'écris ton nom. Sur mes refuges détruits, sur mes phares écroulés, sur les murs de mon ennui, j'écris ton nom. Sur l'absence sans désir, sur la solitude nue, sur les marches de la mort, j'écris ton nom. Sur la santé revenue, sur le risque disparu, sur l'espoir sans souvenir, j'écris ton nom. Et par le pouvoir d'un mot, je recommence ma vie. Je suis né pour te connaître, pour te nommer liberté.
house is melted together with the glacier, is looking for a new home. The polar bear arrived to a big sleep, unable to remain calm to human insensitivity here. What inspired me to make this movie? We interfere with the living standards of animals that live within their own system, and we have no right to that. This is very disturbing to me. In recent years, the happiness of animals in the face of climate change caused by human beings pushed me to make this film. To the pandemic, we all waged a common war against it. The threat of climate crisis is greater, and we all need to acknowledge this and understand that the situation there. Being a part of this festival with my film, as well as delivering my movie and idea to people I don't know within the Knowmad festival is important for me. Thank you.
Buzullar eridi. Ayılar kutupta açıkta kaldı. Haberi gördün mü evladım?
Dede bana ne ya? Benim mi derdim olmuş şimdi kutup ayıları?
Bu ne ya?
Dede. Dur ya. Oğuz. Oğuz.
Pardon, bir dakikanızı alabilir miyim? Kızım inanabiliyor musun? Çocuk benden ayrıldı. Neymiş? Ben sosyal medyada çok fazla zaman geçiriyormuşum. Kendimden başka kimseyi düşünmüyormuşum. Çok pardon, bir dakikanızı alabilir miyim? Bir dakika canım. Pardon da telefonla konuşuyorum, görmüyor musun? Fazla vaktinizi almayacağım. Kutup ayılarını koru kampanyamıza siz de destek olmak ister misiniz? Ay hayatım ayılara destek vererek geçti zaten. Bana ne kutup ayılarından? Ne halleri varsa görsünler.
Norveç somonu bu, taze geldi.
Taze geldiyse ver hepsini. Buzluğa atarız.
Ne yapacaksın o kadar somonu?
Biz yemeyelim de ayılar mı yesin canım? Tutmuşlar işte. Yemeyenin malını yerler.
زخم‌ها التیام می‌خواهند. زخم‌ها التیام می‌خواهند. زخم‌ها التیام می‌خواهند. زخم‌ها التیام می‌خواهند. عادت به زخمی که تو میزنی هر دم، چون تیشه ایست بر سر محتوم غنچه ای. رنج میکشم آنسان که غنچه ای درد میکشد از ضرب تیشه ای. برکن ز ریشه مرا دست پوکوار. عادت به زخم رسم خوشی نیست بیگمان. پس این لحظات درد همیشه دری گشوده می شود به سمت شعور. دیدار هزاران خویشتن در یک میقات مه‌آلود. تکثیر می شوی چون ذرات یک گیاه در هستی ناپایدار عشق. آن کس که یاریت می کند بیگمان محتاج است بیش از همه به ستایش هایت. تنهایی را در آغوش بکش چون آغاز خشم خدایان در برابر عصیان یکدیگر. تبعید کن چشمهایت را به کهکشانی گمنام. وقتی زمین با تمام گستردگی گوناگونش معنای خود را می‌بازد و میل بارور شدن را می‌کشد در تو. من چنین زندگی را تاب آورده‌ام و عبور کرده ام بارها از دل سنگ به نور شهاب سنگ ها. روزی مرا خواهی شناخت درست در آستانه برخورد ابرها با وحشی موج. پس از آن دیگر ساحل را از یاد خواهی برد.
ಕವಿತೆಯೊಂದನ್ನು ಕಳೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಕಪ್ಪು ಬಣ್ಣ, ದುಂಡು ಮುಖ, ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಾತನಾಡಬಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ಸ್ವಗತಗಳ ಕಕ್ಷೆಯೊಳಗೆ ಗಿರಕಿ ಹೊಡೆಯುವ, ನೋವು, ನಲಿವು, ಹಸಿವು, ಹತಾಶೆಗಳ ಹಲವು ಸಾಲುಗಳ ಕವಿತೆಯೊಂದನ್ನು ಕಳೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಸ್ವಜಾತಿಯ ಸುಸ್ವರಗಳ ಸಾಲುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅನ್ಯ ಜಾತಿಯ ವಿಚ್ಛೇದಗಳು ಆಗಿವೆ. ನನ್ನವರು ಅನ್ಯರು, ನನ್ನತನಗಳೆಂಬ ಬಿಗುಮಾನ ಸುತ್ತುವರೆದು ಕಾಡುತ್ತಿದೆ.
कौन सा गांव? बिहार में कहाँ? मुजफ्फरपुर.
ಭಾವಹೀನ ಹಾದಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಣ್ಣ ತುಂಬಿದವರ ಉಸಿರಿನ ಕುಲುಮೆ ಭವಿತವ್ಯದ ಎಲ್ಲೆ ದಾಟಿದೆ. ಸುತ್ತುವರಿದು ಕಾಡುವ ಬಿಗುಮಾನ ಸ್ವಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠೆಗಳ ಕಿರುನಗೆಯಿಂದ ಕಳೆದವರು ನಮ್ಮವರೇ ಅಲ್ಲವೇ? ಕುಲುಮೆಯೆಂದದ ಭುವಿಯ ಒಡಲಿಗೆ ತಂಪನ್ನು ಎರೆದವರು ನಮ್ಮವರೇ ಅಲ್ಲವೇ? ನೀಲಾಕಾಶದ ಮೋಡಗಳ ಕತ್ತವರು, ಸೆರೆಸಿಕ್ಕ ಜೀವ ಸಂಕುಲವ ಹೊತ್ತು ತಿರುಗಿದವರು, ವಲಸೆ ಬಂದ ಹಕ್ಕಿಗೂ ಕಾಳು ಎಸೆದವರು, ದೇವರನ್ನೇ ನಡುಬೀದಿಯಲ್ಲಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾರಿದವರು, ಕನಸುಗಳ ಬೆನ್ನತ್ತಿ ಮಣಿಸಿದವರು, ಬೀಳ್ಕೊಡುಗೆಯ ತುದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತವರು, ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದಲೋ ಬಂದವರು, ಜೀವ ಹಿಂಡುವ ನಗರದ ಗಾಣಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿಲುಕಿಕೊಂಡವರು, ಹೊಸತನದ ಆಕರ್ಷಣೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಮಣಿಯದವರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾಲೀಕತ್ವದ ವಸತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಡಿಗೆದಾರರು, ನಮ್ಮತನದ ಧಾತುವಿನ ಮೇಲೂ ಕೈಯಾಡಿಸಿದವರು,
Shit. I missed my court appointment.
Well, there he goes.
Why didn't you answer your phone? Wow.
Hágale pues. El equipo ya, hágale. Buenas tardes, con ustedes Sebastián Mejía desde el hermoso municipio de Yumbo, un pueblo aledaño a la ciudad de Cali con un hermoso clima para pasar una hermosa tarde con la familia, con lugares turísticos que visitar en esa... ¿Qué pasó? ¿Está bien? ¿No le hizo daño?
Sí, pero me robaron el celular.
Sí, eso vimos. Mire, tranquilo. Sí, perdón. Lo bueno es que ahí hay grabado algo. Grabamos algo. Buenas tardes, Sebastián Mejía con ustedes desde una hermosa e iluminada tarde en el municipio de Yumbo, aledaño pueblo de la ciudad de Cali. Una hermosa tarde para compartir en familia, claro que sí. Con ustedes la invitación amplia para que disfruten. Sebastián Mejía, mucho gusto. Bien, no ocurrió nada, ¿no?
Pues no. Nos vamos, ¿no?
Hágale, pues. Pues, ¿qué? ¿Cómo te sentís en tu último reportaje?
A lo bien, Lucho, no jodas. A vos también te complica. Mira, es que no.
No jodas,
no me grabes. Vos te quedás sin trabajo, voy a caer en la misma que yo. No me grabes, hombre. Y para los amantes de lo paranormal, aquí en Yumbo también tenemos un territorio con una energía bastante pesada y densa. La gente de Yumbo nos comenta que en este espacio hay un misterio en cuanto a unos cuerpos desaparecidos y un supuesto asesino en serie que se encuentra por estos...
Pasó, ¿estás bien?
Sí, vamos. Sí, yo te dije. Con ustedes Sebastián Mejía, ahora nos encontramos en el sitio turístico deportivo cultural de Yumbo, unos paisajes preciosos, un clima bastante a gusto con una brisa muy sabrosa, un sol que pega apenas para trotar, hacer ciclovía, un poco de deporte sano, en familia, los deportistas también que encontramos acá, tenemos las montañas allá de fondo, venden cholados también por allá a este lado, ¿qué pasó? Allá atrás, ¿no? No jodas. Está sonando un celular.
¿A qué hora se encontraron el cadáver?
No, señora, gente hace nada. Es que, mire, ¿cómo le parece? ¿Hay cuánto más o menos, Lucho? Estamos por aquí hace 15 minutos grabando un reportaje para un canal de Cali que ya está cerrando, estamos mal. Y pues precisamente nos mandaron para acá Yumbo pues para mostrar las cosas bonitas del municipio. No sé, partes turísticas, culturales, nos recomendaron. Y pues va apareciendo... Ay, qué pena. Lucho, guarda esto, no sé, para finalizar este hermoso recorrido en el bello municipio de Yumbo, con unos lugares llenos de cultura, de arte, sitios turísticos, recuerden visitarlos, espero lo disfruten, recuerden... ¡Juano!
Bueno, por lo menos la cámara está bien. Qué bueno que había un policía por allá, ¿no?
Yo no hay muchos de buenas, pa. Ve, mira a ver si no borraron nada, ahí está todo completo, toda la información.
Sí,
es que,
todo está
que
bien.
Yo no entiendo para qué hijo de puta nos mandan para acá, weón. Eso como está horrible acá. Yo sé que el noticiero está mal y todo, pero ¿para qué puta aceptan los sobornos tan chimbos del alcalde? Me hubiera mandado yo no sé Pajamundí, Sancocho y Ginebra, ¿usted imaginas? Qué chimbo.
Hubiera sido mejor.
Obvio.
No me hubieran robado esto.
Sí, como vamos de buenas. ¿Está bien? ¿No está rayada de pronto?
No, todo bien. No te veo bien.
Puta, no. ¿Podrá ir?
No sé. ¿Sigamos?
Sí.
Terminemos esto ya para ir.
Hay que ver de acá, ya.
No terminamos de grabar el reportaje, así que te voy a grabar.
Jodas. ¿Tenés plata ahí, ve?
Creo que no. En su caso me van a mandar con plata.
Ya que nos paguen 15 días hábiles, partidos. No, pues ya, cuidado.
Hágale.
El chiquito.
El raspadito, 3, papá.
Regálame, ¿tenés 500? Yo tengo lucas 500.
Tal vez, venga.
Regálame uno, porfa, de 3000. Con todo, con salsa y con color y todo así.
Como que al final sí encontraste algo con que estar feliz. Aquí.
¿Ves cara feliz?
Tampoco, mírate.
Pues sí, ¿no? ¿Sabes qué? Pero barato, 3.000 pesos. ¿Cómo es que? Con ustedes, Sebastián Mejía, aquí en Yumbo comiendo cholado como en todo el Valle del Cauca. ¿Así o no? Hombre, al final una buena razón por haber venido, ¿no? Por lo menos. Después de todo, ¿no? Sí, hay cosas bonitas en Yumbo.
...2019'un Ağustos ayında su tutmaya başlamıştı.
Yavaş yavaş suya gömülüyor.
10.6 milyar metreküp su tutacaktır.
Sular yükselmeye devam ediyor. Eserler suya gömülecek.
Bu su 318 kilometre karelik bir alanı kaplayacak.
Toplam 199 köy ve mezra sular altında kalmış olacak.
Artık su altında.
Tarihi alan sular altında kaldı.
Sular altında kaldı.
Sular altında kaldı.
Bütün çocukluk arkadaşlarını kaybetmiş gibi düşünsene. Hani buradaki bütün tarihi eserler senin oyun alanın. Onlarla oynuyorsun. Ve bütün çocukluk arkadaşlarını bir kere de kaybediyorsun. Tamamen yalnız kalıyorsun. Aslında şu anda hissettiğim duygu bu.
Hazırız.
Maşallah kayaya olduğu gibi duruyor.
கதையில் ஒரு கதாபாத்திரமாய் நீ ஏற்க மறுத்த என்னை ஒரு நாள் அரங்கேற்றும் இந்நாடக மேடை.
بس كانوا يسألوني في المدرسة عن اسمي، كنت أحب أعرف حالي بسان جواد إبراهيم حرب، علشان كنت كتير بنبسط بس أشوف نظرات الإعجاب في عيون الناس الكبار اللي كانوا يسألوني: هو أنت سيدك المصور إبراهيم حرب؟ سيد المصور إبراهيم حرب، من أوائل الناس اللي بلشت تصور في غزة بعد ما هاجر من قرية زرنوقة من فلسطين وسكن في مخيم الشبورة في رفح. كان لي دكان صغير في كاميرات كتير، كرسي صغير وراه ستاير ملونة وآلة طباعة. وعيت عليه هو ماسك كاميرته مطرح ما بروح. كان بحب الصور كتير، في بيتنا وبيت العيلة كان ملان صور أبيض وأسود، صور بتخصه وبتخص ستي وبتخص باقي العيلة. كنت وصله الغدا، أقعد أتفرج عليه كيف بيصور الناس، قاعدهم على الكرسي يحكي لهم ميل راسك شوي يمين، ياخدوا الصورة بكل حب، يبتسم ويقول مبروك.
أيوة.
أعياد ميلاد الحفايد كان يهدي فيلم كاميرا لكل حفيد. في كل فيلم في 36 صورة كنا نصور فيها عيد الميلاد، نوثق كل الذكريات ويحمض لنا الصور ونضل ننتظر على بال ما يجهزوا. ويوم اللي سيدي كان يجيب الصور الجاهزين كنا نعمل حفلة على كتر فرحتنا. ما بتذكر أول مرة حسيت فيها إني بحب التصوير زي أول مرة من كتير أشياء في حياتي، بس بتذكر اليوم اللي قررت فيه إنه لازم أكمل الطريق اللي بلشه سيدي وأجيب كاميرا. صار كل همي كيف أتعلم عليها وأحكي كلمات كتير مخبية جواتي من خلال مشهد واحد. صرت ألحق الضوء وين ما كان، أحبسه في إطار زمني صغير ويصير ذكرى للأبد. وين ما كان في فن كنت أهرب عليه. رسمت، صورت وطرزت، كتبت وقرأت، غنيت وسمعت موسيقى، فتشت على الجمال بكل مطرح، لأنه الجمال هو الحقيقة الوحيدة اللي بتستحق الواحد يفتش عليها. بلشت أكبر شوي شوي، حب التصوير أكتر وأكتر، يمكن لأنه طفولتي كلها عشتها من خلال عدسة سيدي. ومن وقت اللي بلشت أوعى على الدنيا وعلى المفاهيم الكبيرة عرفت أنه الحياة كتير قصيرة وإلها نهاية، وفي طريقنا للنهاية لازم ندور على سبب للعيش، سبب للتفاؤل وسبب للحب. ولقيت ال3 أسباب في الفن. عشت بالفن النجاة، كان الملاذ اللي بيضوي حياتي وسط كل هذه العتمة. ما بنتظر وقت الفراغ علشان أطلع أصور، بخترع وقت علشان أطلع، بسد الفراغ بالحب. في غزة ما في أماكن كتير للتصوير، بس التحدي الكبير بالنسبة لي كيف أقدر أفتش على الجمال وسط كل هذه البشاعة. وقت اللي بمسك الكاميرا وبصور، قلبي هو اللي بيصور مش عيني. وهذا أكتر إشي دايما ببحث عنه، كيف الفن بخلينا نعيش تجربة عاطفية كاملة، بخلينا أحرار. في الواقع أنا ما إلي أحلام كبيرة تتعلق بمستقبلي في التصوير. كل المصورين نفسهم يصلوا للعالمية، بس أنا كتير أحلامي بسيطة. ما بدي يكون حبيسة الهدف، بس بدي يكون حبيسة المتعة. بدي ألحق النور اللي بيهينا إياه الفن، وبدي كاميرتي تضل لاحقة كل شي حلو.
Do you consider how digital technology has drastically altered the human experience in the last 20 years? Are you aware that social media is creating a pandemic of digital loneliness and has contributed to global depression and anxiety levels? Are you aware that mobile smart devices have completely altered the way we consume information and the way it is presented to us? Do you assume that all technology is good for you and humanity? Do you consider how social networks might move us farther from our humanity? Consider the significant alterations to how we experience the world and other people in the last 20 years. For more than 130,000 years, Homo sapiens have evolved in such a way that interaction together as a society has been inherent to our survival. Humans are fundamentally social creatures, meeting others in small numbers and in close physical proximity. Social trust is then built through the bonds that exist among these small groups of people. The way in which we communicate within these groups is unique, setting us apart from animals. Our language is uniquely expressive. Among other things, human language is combinatorial. Our units of language can be infinitely combined to convey incredible, limitless amounts of meaning. We have an astounding creative capacity and can manipulate matter to meet our own needs. Our ability to augment our existence physically has greatly enhanced our progress as a species. In recent years, the aspects of what is critical to the human condition has been completely turned on its side through our online, virtual, digital, and social platforms. Humanizing technology is a framework that considers what are the core attributes of humanity that differentiate us from the animal kingdom. Humanizing technology involves the principle of keeping the human at the forefront of all technological design choices. Do you consider what the unique attributes are of the human condition? Humans are social and need to be in social and physical proximity. Humans communicate through complex language. Humans are creative and can manipulate matter to augment our existence. If technology is created without regard to these considerations, then technology will move us farther away from our humanity. We believe that humanizing technology is a path forward to harmonize the evolution of technology with the evolutionary history of humanity. It provides a framework to consider how technology will affect our humanity, not just now, but in the future. Let's examine how technology has bettered humanity in recent times. Internet-based communications have essentially connected the world. Electronics provide enormous benefits and conveniences that have transformed our everyday lives. Prosthetics help to improve quality of life, allowing someone to regain function and appearance. Modern medicine has dramatically increased human life expectancy. Technology in education has increased accessibility of information, learning opportunities, and collaboration. We've all heard the terms AR, VR, AI, but what could humanizing mean for the development of these emerging technologies? What could humanizing technology mean for the future of higher level education in the STEM subjects? Conversely, what role might the social sciences, humanities, and the arts play in the future of technology?
没有啊，就
this is your original form very much. Yeah, it really is.
这就是原来的文化。
对，
Yeah.
就我们这些人也是原来的人，
And people like us
黑头发、
who
黄皮肤
could be traced back to
传承下
5,000
来
years
的
ago.
我们叫龙的传人。
Red hair, yellow skin. We call ourselves the inheritance of people going down from strength.
Hello everyone, I'm Rana Sadeki. I'm 21 years old. I'm from Afghanistan. I come in French. I live in French. I'm producer and writer this film.
Hello, I'm Mohammad Badr. I'm from Afghanistan. I have 42 years old, and now I live in French. After Taliban came in Afghanistan, I came in French with the youth, with the French army, and the history of my movie, short movie, is about the circumcision. It's belongs to children about 15 years old, and he don't take the circumcision because he don't have parents. And in Afghanistan and another Islamic country, when children is below 7 years or 10 years old, he take circumcision. And when the Akhund or Mullah he understand, he don't take circumcision, coming in the door and said you maybe leave the village and leave the home because you don't take the circumcision, and it's very bad to work in the Islam, and it's not the children maybe take circumcision in Islam. It's a religion, but the children after a lot of pressure with the people of the village and the mullah, he take himself with scissor circumcised with a scissor, and it's very dangerous work in Afghanistan and other country. And in this movie, we show the violence and show the bad angle of this work, and I see from another angle for this work, and show the violence and show the circumcision is not good work.
ختنه در ضمن که سنت باید همون پست اضافه زده شه، به خاطر از اینکه نه غسل ما سهی میشه و نه هم وضو ما، به خاطر اینکه اگه او باشه او به اونجا نمیرسه و نه غسل ما سهی میشه نه هم وضو ما سهی میشه.
اگه یه چیزی زفیه پچه خودمان بسخته
تو چوب باش دیگه، تو کارو دیگه خور خوب کو، کارو زندگی خور.
خلاص مسلمان شو چک
خب خلاص شد بچه خوب ممنون. بچه ها کلون میگرم به شهر بیارن که خونریزی زیاد داره اینجا نمیشه. باشه بخیر باشید.
بعد از اینکه شاش کردیم باید خور خوب خوش کنه، به خاطر از اینکه بعض قطرات میمونه. اگه خور خوب خوش خد کلوخ نکنیم هم لباسا شما لمش میشه و از نماز جایز نیه برای لحاظ شریعت. یعنی باز یعنی میشینین خود شما عملی همینجا همین کار انجام بدیم که نوبت به نوبت که سعی کنیم یاد گرفتیم یا نه. خدمه هم نشده.
بیبی
جان
چرا من خدمه نکرده؟
نه جنتی پیاری دیشتی من مدار دیشتی یک تو قمیص این دستال رفتم برای خوب کردم.
ولی چیکار مردم به سرم رخشان میزنم خوندم مچیت خبر شد
برای خوب کردم و گپ مردم نخورد چه خوب کردم با کار خواه کردم چی
میترسم بیایی شما خودم
مادر جان امی بچه شما خدمه نشده، امی سنت به جا نشده، امی سنت به جا کنیم یا عدید شما بره.
برای خوبه کردم جایی نداریم مسقامی نداریم مسکانی نداشتیم بچه خوبه کردم ما میفهمیم اسلامی
شریعت اسلامی چیزی نگفته جوان شده مرد شده همین قمدی بخوریم یا عدید دی بره که دیگه خبر نشه چه حیثیتش همین پیدا میره همین قمدی بخوریم یا عدید دی بره
همین 10 روز دیگه 5 روز دیگه ما میریم ملعت ما میفهمیم مسلمان این دیگه
کوتیرای مردم افسر ما خبر شده ما مردم
شریعت اسلام جواز نمیده سندی بالا شده
ما میفهمیم بچه خوبه کردم جایی ندیشتم عملک جایی ندارم دیگه ندارم ای خدا کجا برم چه کار بکنم
من رفتم بیبی خود من یک کار میکنم
نه روی صبر کجا میری بچه میری
خدمه هم نشده
What about the costume? I was thinking leggings. Oh, red ones? No. No. Okay, but why is she here? What is she doing? Like, true. Dead granddad? Could that be a motive?
Okay, morbid.
Just an idea.
I don't know. Okay. She's standing facing the wind, hair blowing out behind her, fists clenched. She's ready. She's strong.
And across from her, standing with honor and power and prestige.
Oh, should our villain really have honor?
It kind of makes her complex, no?
It's so unoriginal. This is like every superhero movie
Shut up.
ever.
All right. I think we need to focus in more. This is the crisis point. Okay, picture it.
The last time I saw you, you were a crumpled mess among the concrete. You cost the city thousands of dollars, and yet you're the one they picture with all of the damage. Ironic, isn't it? Enough with the small talk. Always a stickler for the rules, you are. Despite how you sicken me, I'll miss our little conversation.
You think you'll be the one coming out on top at the end of all of this?
I don't think.
I think she should have a house husband.
Come on, we had a flow going there.
Kill me.
Do we even think people are gonna read this?
Bro, of course they're gonna read it. Like, it's good, and we can make it even better.
Yeah.
Like, we just have to juice it out a little bit. Exactly.
Right, so we just need to figure out what is going on.
Yeah.
Like, this doesn't make sense, right? And the villain and the hero.
I just feel like the sidekick should have more power. Like, she's not just there to boost Amelia's ego.
Okay, we're not naming the hero after your female pioneers.
It's misogyny.
Misogyny sells.
Hey. Can I see it? So the hero's trapped. She can't use her power, so the villain gets what she wants.
You're too cocky, my favorite little hero. Too easy to trap.
Oh my god. Help!
You guys are forcing yourself into these male hero roles. Okay, but the hero is supposed to save the day.
Are they though? There's no motivation.
Yes, it is. The greater good.
Bullshit! You just keep trying to make it about yourself.
I am not.
Kind of are. Your aim is just to boost your ego, Ellie.
Fuck up, Stevie. What the fuck are you even doing here?
Fuck this, I'm burning it. What?
What the
Stevie!
What? Stevie!
What the fuck? Oh my god, move it.
Oh my god, move this!
Too late.
இந்த பள்ளிக்கூடத்தில் சேர்த்து விட்றேன், நல்லா படிக்கணும், சரியா?
யார் நீங்கள்?
என் பொண்ணை இந்த பள்ளிக்கூடத்தில் சேர்க்கணும். ஏன் சிரிக்கிறீங்க?
இல்லை, உன் இங்கே படிக்க போதா?
ஆமாம். ஏன் கேட்குறீங்க?
ஆமாம், நீங்கள் என்ன படிச்சிருக்கீங்க?
நான் படிக்கலன்னு தான் என் பொண்ணை இந்த பள்ளிக்கூடத்தில் சேர்க்கணும்னு வந்திருக்கேன்.
ஓஹோ, சரி சரி. உங்களுக்குன்னு தனியாக ஸ்கூல் கட்டி வச்சுருக்காங்க, அங்கே போங்க.
பணம் இல்லாதவன் படிப்பறிவு இல்லாதவன்னு கீழ்த்தரமாக பேசாதீங்க.
அப்பா, எனக்கு இந்த ஸ்கூல் பிடிக்கல.
ஏன் சிரிக்கிறீங்க?
உங்களுக்குன்னு தனியாக ஸ்கூல் கட்டி வச்சுருக்காங்க, அங்கே போங்க.
அப்பா, எனக்கு இந்த ஸ்கூல் பிடிக்கல.
நல்லா படிச்சிருந்தேன்னா, நல்லா சம்பாரிச்சிருந்தேன்னா உன்னை அந்த ஸ்கூலில் சேர்த்துருப்பேன். இந்த காலத்தில் ஒரு கையெழுத்து கூட போட தெரியாத பாவியாயிட்டேன். நான் சொல்கிறதெல்லாம் உனக்கு புரியுதா என்னன்னு தெரியல. என் மனசில் இருக்கிறத சொல்கிறேன். ஆனால் உனக்கு ஒரு நாள் விவரம் தெரிஞ்சு கேட்ப. அப்போ நான் எந்த முகத்தை வச்சுக்கிட்டு சொல்கிறேன்னு தெரியல.
ஏன்பா நீங்கள் படிக்கல?
எங்கள் அப்பா அம்மா அப்போவே சொன்னாங்க படின்னு. நான் தான் படிக்கலை. அப்போ எனக்கு புரியல, இப்போ எனக்கு புரியுது. சரி வா போகலாம். பக்கத்தில் நம்ம கவர்மெண்ட் ஸ்கூல் இருக்குது, அங்கே போய் கேட்கலாம். போகலாமா? சரி. சார்
வாங்க. உட்காருங்க. சொல்லுங்க, என்ன விஷயம்?
என் பொண்ணு இந்த பள்ளிக்கூடத்தில் சேர்க்கணும் சார்.
ஓ அப்படியா, குட். பாப்பா இங்கே வாங்க. உங்கள் பேர் என்ன?
அகிலா.
உங்கள் வயசு என்ன?
5.
5 வயசுங்களா? அப்பா வந்து உங்களை இந்த ஸ்கூலில் சேர்க்கலான்னு வந்திருக்காரு. சேர்த்து விட்டா நல்லா படிப்பீங்களா?
நல்லா படிப்பேன்.
வெரி குட். போய் உட்காருங்க. சார், நீங்கள் நினச்ச மாதிரி உங்கள் பொண்ணு அந்த ஸ்கூலில் சேர்த்துடலான்னு முடிவு பண்ணிட்டேன். சரி, இதுக்குரிய ஃபார்மாலிட்டிஸ்லாம் பண்ணிடலாம். சரிங்களா?
சரிங்க சார். இந்த ஸ்கூலில் சேர்த்து விட்டா நல்லா படிக்கணும், சரியா? இங்கே உனக்கு ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் கிடைப்பாங்க, அவங்க கூட சேர்ந்து நல்லா படிக்கணும்.
சார், இதுக்கு நேராக நீங்கள் ஒரு கையெழுத்து போடணும்.
சார், எனக்கு கையெழுத்துலாம் போட தெரியாது சார்.
ஓ அப்படிங்களா? சரி, பரவாயில்ல. இதுக்கு நேராக
எங்கே சார்?
இங்கே.
Здравствуйте, меня зовут Зина Щербатова, мне 24 года, я из России, я режиссер фильма «Сверток», и мой фильм рассказывает о том, как женщина пытается выжить в блокадном Ленинграде. Что меня вдохновило на фильм? Обычно у меня все начинается с образов, и в этот раз началось так же. В позапрошлом феврале меня зацепило стихотворение Анинского «Черная весна». И тогда только начал сходить снег, были такие черные проталины, смотрели в небо мертвыми глазницами. У меня было мрачное настроение, и я задумалась над фильмом. Рассматривается ситуация с человеческим достоинством в вашем окружении, общине, семье и так далее. Действие фильма разворачивается в блокадном Ленинграде во Вторую мировую войну и показывает борьбу человека в невыносимых условиях, прежде всего с самим собой, за свою человечность. Цель моего фильма — актуализировать трагедию коллективного прошлого моей страны, сделать ее личной, отойти от формального рассказа о войне, напомнить всю ее неприемлемость. Мне кажется, открытый и неравнодушный взгляд на прошлое помогает и в настоящем обратить внимание на права человека. Когда официальная политика использует победу как лозунг и забывает о том, что это в первую очередь потери и горе, то стоит об этом напомнить. Мне нравится миссия вашего фестиваля. Мне кажется, она очень важной. И я рада, что смогла присоединиться в этом году. Надеюсь, вам понравится мой фильм. И спасибо.
Think back to the last time you watched the sun set. Could you verbally convey how this made you feel to another person? Now, how do you feel when you look at this? Can you verbally communicate all of the emotional complexities that you feel when you see these images and how they might remind you of your own life experiences? Do you wonder if our communication methods today cause many of the social issues across humanity? Do you accept that the way you communicate is optimum? More than 5,000 years ago, humans invented writing systems to spread knowledge. This was a technology choice, but all technology can cause harm or do good. words have limited ability to share and spread emotion. In modern times, we have vastly simplified the ways we communicate. But at what cost? The way in which we communicate, especially written and verbal, is emotionally limited. Some disagree with this statement, so let's take a look at counter examples. Some of you may be thinking, but what about when I speak with another person and I get a sense of their emotional state? It has been scientifically proven that 70% of human communication is nonverbal. But what about poetry? Poetry only speaks to a tiny fraction of the population and largely as an art form. Often the emotional content of a poem is conveyed by the cadence of the writing rather than the words themselves. There is a musicality to good poetry. But what about rap? The lyrics of most rap songs are not popular in their own right. Music is required to add the emotional layer. Music is excellent at transferring and eliciting emotion. Listen to this. Take a moment to think about how this makes you feel. What kind of emotional response do you get from this music? Now what about this track? How does this make you feel? It is clear that there is a deep connection between our humanity and music, and that music has a greater ability to elicit emotions compared to the spoken or written word. Think about this. We have distilled down the multidimensional, non-linear complexity of human consciousness into two-dimensional words. In this process, we invented a technology, the spoken and written word, that is excellent at sharing knowledge and providing context. But in the process, we lost most of the emotional content. Now compare this to music. In music, we can transfer and elicit raw emotion, but we have no knowledge or context of that emotion. What if we could combine the communication benefits of both the knowledge and context shared by words with the emotional complexity of music? Like all technologies throughout the history of the world, this technology can do good and do harm. In the case of our communication technology choices, one harm that we are exploring is the inability of the spoken word and the written word to convey emotions.
सबसे पहले तो ये इमाम बाड़ा इमाम हुसैन की याद बनाया गया था और जो चीज़ बनाई गई थी पहले वो बाउली कुआं बनाया था क्योंकि पानी बगैर कोई चीज़ बन नहीं सकती है। बाउली के बाद जब पानी गोमती से आता था तो ये पहले मस्जिद बनाई गई, मस्जिद अल्लाह का घर है। उसके बाद में इमाम बाड़ा इमाम हुसैन की याद बनाया गया जो करबला में शहीद हुए थे। तो पहले बाउली बनी, फिर मस्जिद बनी, फिर इमाम बाड़ा बना, फिर भूल भुलैया बनाया गया था।
Hello, hi everyone. This is Akram Kamya here from Uganda. I'm honored and excited to be a part of the Knowmad Short Film Festival and here to answer your questions. I'm a bit nervous because I really do this. I'm 28 years old, as you can see. I'm an animator and an architect by profession. Animator by passion, and I made an experimental short film called Crazy in Quarantine. I'm honored for its selection. What inspired you to make this film? So many things inspired me to make a film, but the main reason that inspired me is because of the quarantine and the situation that we were all in during the pandemic. And that's what pushed me so much to experiment in animations because I'm learning animations online. I keep trying out things I see on YouTube and then I experiment in the animation films that you've just seen. So the quarantine period was really an engaging time for me to pick on such a concept and push it to the extreme. How does your film address situation of human dignity in your environment, community, and for me? My experimental film focuses more in, how can I explain this? When you're an introvert and you do not socialize so much with people, we were affected in a way that, because I'm an introvert myself, I talk to a few people, but I don't really open up to so many people. So when the pandemic hit, we're forced to stay at home. And if you stay at home, you're at home alone. So how do you go 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months in that same room? You don't go out because you don't trust the people you meet. There's this fear of getting the COVID virus. So introverts really got it hard because you're alone and you have to entertain yourself, keep yourself busy and push through that time. So it was really not easy. It's not easy being in a room alone because you can really go crazy. Well, I believe human dignity. My film would it would really affect the way we relate with people, start to socialize more, get to know your neighbor, because if you're stuck in one room and you're forced to get to know your neighbor because of this COVID virus, because of the quarantine period, you're staying at home, so you need to create entertainment. Some people don't talk to their neighbors, and maybe because of this, it will push you to socialize more. Well, I'm looking for exposure for my film. I need to connect with other filmmakers, other animators, and anyone in the line of arts, because I'm a bit timid and shy person. So such festivals give me the confidence to share my work, to show people what I've been creating, because without festivals like these, I would have never showcased my work, because I would always feel like my work is not quite there. So when I get a selection like this, it means so much to me, and it gives me so much more confidence that I can be able to share my work with other people and other creatives.
I appeal to you. If you don't have your own private transport, your own car, or your own motorcycle, or your own bicycle, don't use this public transport. Stay at home. Where are you going?
Okay, roll 'em.
What's up, Doc? What's cooking? What's up, Doc? Oh, you're looking for Bugs Bunny bunting. Duck is gonna hunting just to get a rabbit skin, but now the rabbit's gonna get what?
Dear customer, your account balance is too low to...
Okay, Elizabeth, thank you. I know there are so many questions on testing. Let me bring in this doctor, Dr. Myron Cohen. He's director of the Institute for Global Health and Infectious Diseases at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. So many minds is how could this patient, how could you get coronavirus if you don't travel to a nation in which there is coronavirus and you presumably don't know anyone who's had it?
I think the obvious suggestion is that there's someone in Northern California with coronavirus, whether it's symptomatic or asymptomatic, that was able to transmit the virus to what we're going to call the index case, the person with new infection in Northern California. So there almost certainly have to be 2 people involved. It is possible. We think that coronavirus primarily is through respiratory spread. A tremendous amount of work has been done looking at the efficiency by which it's spread respiratory. It's possible, I had one of your commentators earlier talk about contamination of an environmental surface. That's possible, but much less likely than a respiratory spread.
So with this case, with this patient, and there's still a lot of variables, right, unknown variables, does this mean we're in a new phase? And because of that, will that force officials to rethink?
Pinaghahatian ho namin dito sa pamamalimos namin. 250 ho, hindi pare-parehas. Minsan, may 400. Katulad kahapon, 125 lang ho. Lahat na po kayo ba? Opo, bawat isa po.
Bawat isa. 25 gano'n, 150.
Hindi man po katulad doon yan, barya-barya lang po.
Katulad niya, mahina.
Nakaraos lang ho kami sa panggastos sa araw-araw. Salamat din po sa mga nagbibigay. Bilang po, sana matulungan niyo po kaming maibalik kami sa biyahe namin.
Pinaalis na kami sa bahay namin, pinaalis na kami. 4 na buwan. 4 na buwan. Na walang bayad. Kuryente, tubig, bahay. Kaya napilitan kami manghingi para merong maibigay kami sa mga anak namin. Papakain. Yung asawa namin, kung iiwanan kami pagka wala kami nabigay.
Yung mga asawa namin, sinisigo na kami. Dahil wala kami maibigay. Wala kami maibigay na makakain ng apo, anak. Kaya kailangan lang makapag-hanap buhay. Saka, unang-una, may edad na kami. Ano pang gagawin namin hanap buhay ngayon yan kung sakaling tanggalin na nga yung sasakyan.
Ang panawagan lang po namin, sana makabalik na kami sa hanap buhay namin. Hindi, ayaw namin ganito, kaso wala, no choice kami.
Totoo lang, nakakayaman magpalimos pero nagagawa namin dahil sa pamilya.
Hindi nawawala ng trabaho rito sa Pilipinas. Pero yung mga Pilipino nawala ng trabaho.
Yun yung hirap eh. Kapwa Pilipino, siya pa nagdadaw sa mga kapwa Pilipino. Nakita nyo na naghihirap, lalo pang ginugutom. Kaya kailangan, na ang gobyerno natin, kapwa Pilipino, iangat, hindi i-down. Mahirap kasi. Marami na nagugutom talaga.
Nananawagan po ako sa ating Pangulong Duterte. Bakit po yung mga pulis pag nagkakamali hindi niya minumura? Samantalang yung maliliit, konting pagkakamali nila, nakamura na sa agad. At sasabihin pa, mamatay na kayo sa gutom. Yun lang po. Yun po inahin namin, mga mahirap. Yung po mga pulis nagkakamali, hindi niya mamura. Kaming mahirap, konting pagkakamali lang. Mura ang inaabot namin. Para kami mga busabos na hindi ko alam kung anong gagawin sa amin. Gusto na lata kaming mamatay lahat. Pangulong Duterte, sana po mapakinggan nyo ang aking hinahing. Sana po parehas lang. Magkamali, yung nagkamali dapat parusahan. Kami nga maliit eh. Yung mga kuwan, pinapapatay yan. Yung mga user. Samantalang ang daming ninja cup, hindi niya pinapapatay. Ano ba yun? Kung mga pulis ba sila, ganon?
Ito po yung mga biyahe sa Ngandaan MCU, kaya po kami nandito sa kalsada dahil wala pa po kaming biyahe. Saka isa pa ho, wala na ho kaming pagkukunan, kaya nga po kami namamalabot dito sa kalsada ng Ngandaan. Baka pwede po sana pakinggan po yung pahayag namin na maibalik yung biyahe namin sa Ngandaan MCU. Ilang po.
Mostrar esse negócio na cara? Gatunak semut aku, gatunak sudah aku, Mona pun sudah aku, Bisa, mostrar esse negócio na cara, Ya, korok kan bisa.
Opet zaboravio, ha? Ajde, nema veze, kasnije ću naplatiti.
Hello, my name is Zain Isa. I am 24 years old from Syria, and right now I live in Russia, in St. Petersburg city. It's an honor for me to be a part of Knowmad Film Festival through my short film A City Without Sky. A City Without Sky is an independent short film about the diary of a young man who lives during a war in a conflict area. What he thinks, what he feels, and the film was shot in Damascus city. As I said in the film, every morning I go up to the roof of the house to see what has changed. So it's a terrible thing for war diary to turn into a routine. I thought a lot of this, and then I asked myself why don't I film or capture these moments, or film all of that, all of what happening every day, because I think it's an important document about how civilians live in conflict areas. So what you see in the film are ordinary diaries of the residents of these areas, but a general, of course, that's not normal thing at all. But I don't like the direct method of presentation, so I decided to tell about the human presence in the city without a human appearance in the film. Simply, it's war. It's very difficult to say that you can live normally in a conflict area during war. The terrorist organization ISIS, which was present in my area, has violated the normal life of a human being, because everything that's happening, all the missiles that cross over the house every day, prevent you even from think right. So it's important to tell the world the war is not just a bloodshed. There are voices that must to be heard, even if you are not physically harmed. There is a psychological suffering that civilians feel every day in war areas. But if the war kills you, so I think the war has achieved its goal. I believe in cinema as an art that can bring about change, but for this change to be happen, the film must be reach the largest segment of people in the international community, and this is what prompted me to submit my film to several festivals around the world, including the Knowmad Film Festival.
كل يوم الصبح بطلع لشوف شو تغير، كم حجرة نقصت وكم حجرة زادت، كم متر صار معهم وكم متر صار معنا. بطلع لأعرف إذا لسه المدينة فيها روح إذا لسه قادرة تعيش. أنا واحد من سكان هالمدينة، عمري 17 سنة قبل الحرب و7 سنين بعد الحرب. بسكن بالطابق الخامس بمنطقة موجودة بأطراف دمشق، وبما أنه سطح البيت أعلى شوي من باقي الأسطح هون، فتعودت راقب الحرب من فوق. أنا ورفقاتي الحمامات. أنا وهالحمامات صرنا جمهور لفيلم أكشن طويل كتير ماتوا فيه كتير ناس، وعلى الأغلب بالأخير رح ينتصر البطل. منقعد ساعات ناطرين نشوف شو رح يصير، وبفكر ليش ما بيروحوا على مكان هادي يعيشوا فيه، مكان ما فيه رصاص ولا صواريخ، طالما هنن قادرين يطيروا. وليش أنا ما بروح مثلهن كمان؟ يا ريت فيني طير وروح مثل كل هالناس اللي راحوا. أصلاً ليش أنا هون؟ وشو عم أعمل هون؟ بس كيف بدي أقنع حالي إنه هالبيت يلي عشت طفولتي فيه فجأة لازم أتركه للغريب؟ كيف بدي أقنع الجيران أصحاب اللحى الطويلة واللبس الأسود إنه البيت مو خيار، البيت بيصير وطن صغير لما كل شي بالوطن بيحسسك إنك غريب؟ لوين بدي روح؟ ويا ترى برا رح كون غريب مثل ما أنا هون غريب؟ مثل ما هالبيوت الرمادية كلها غريبة، مهمشة ومنسية وناطرة، ما حدا بيعرف شو ناطرة. لما بيروح المطر برجع بسمع صوت القناصة يلي بيذكرني بكل شي من جديد، وبفكر يا ترى الحياة صعبة ولا الموت صار سهل كتير؟ معقول ما بيفصلني عن الموت إلا ساتر أو حيط؟ طبعا لأن قناصين داعش جيراننا بالقوة ما بيبعدوا عني إلا أقل من نص كيلومتر، لهيك لما أسمع صوت القناصة بتخبى فورا. وعلى فكرة صوتها مميز، بتحسها دائما عم تلحقك حتى لو بعيدة عنك، مع العلم انه القعدة هون كفيلة تخلي اي حدا خبير باصوات الاسلحة. يعني مثلا هاد صوت سلاح محمول باليد مثل الكلاشينكوف او البيكسي، وهاد صوت مضاد طيران او ما يعرف بمدفع 23. اما هاد الصوت طبعا معروف، صوت قذيفة الهاون يلي الله اعلم على اي بيت نزلت. اما هاد الصوت
Me despierto. El día se vuelve una molestia, de palabras amontonadas. Esa conversación se perdió entre las redes de los pescadores. Cercanos a las ostras, los dedos deshilaron voces y huracanes. En los pozos se reflejó la última noche. Era un mar de muertos, aguas que conocían el círculo del silencio. Detrás de las ventanas, las sombras son noche. Nos velamos en contornos, en otros seres. No fluye el agua ni la noche. Los corazones ya no laten. El viento tiene la medida de los pájaros. Golpear en la tierra, dentro de otro corazón. Con el tiempo, nuestros rostros devendrán fotografías. Y así seguiremos anclados en lo que fuimos. Aquí no hay respuesta, ni agua para beber. Solo el azar. El misterio excede. Voy al resplandor. La nada me abruma. ¡Ah! He aquí un anciano. La vejez que contemplas también se atisba en tu mirada. Todos llevamos dentro algo profano. Un traficante de vinos o de aceites. Un constructor de arados. Soñé ruiseñores y un verano bajo los árboles. Perseguí los pasos de amor y fui padre del más astuto de los hombres. El cielo es dialéctica, inmensidad, sabia asistencia del cosmos. Toda inmensidad nos olvidará, toda huella nos hará regresar.
आइए सर, आइए मैडम जी। यही वो फ्लैट है जिसके बारे में आपको बता रहा था। पूरा नेचुरल लाइट, फ्रेश हवा, बाहर देखो तो पेड़ पौधे, हरियाली, ट्रैफिक का भी झंझट नहीं। बॉम्बे में कहाँ मिलेगा ऐसा जगह आपको? आइए आइए सर, आइए मैडम जी, आइए। ये किचन है, पानी 24 आवर, और ऑनर ने सेपरेट टंकी लगा के रखी है 50 लीटर के ऊपर।
पर ये किचन बहुत छोटा नहीं है?
कहाँ छोटा है? कहाँ छोटा है? देखिए यहाँ पे आपका फ्रिज आ जाएगा। 2 लोग तो हैं, खाना ही तो बनाना है? आइए, ये आपका बेडरूम है। ये सामने विंडो, वेंटिलेशन सब बढ़िया मैडम।
यहाँ तो स्लम है।
स्लम ही तो है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। वैसे भी वो 2-3 महीने बाद रीडेवलपमेंट में चला जाएगा। हॅलो,
माहिती ऑर्डर यायलाय, टीव्ही रिचार्ज कर खाय.
तुका कोरपाक जाय ना? अहो पाठी वांगडा असा.
आवाय कामार असा. सगळे पैसे हंगात कबर जाता माझे.
सॉरी, वो थोड़ा घर से फ़ोन आ गया था।
अरे कार्लोस भाई, हम आपको कल सोच के बताते हैं ना। हाँ?
ऐसा अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम है तो एक और ऑप्शन है अपने पास, अगर आप लोग देखना चाहे।
अरे नहीं नहीं, वो हमें ऑफिस के लिए लेट हो रही है, मैं वो कॉल करता हूँ ना कल।
ओके,
थैंक यू।
थोड़ा चटनी देना, मीठा वाला भी दे।
हो गया क्या तेरा?
नहीं रे साला, इनको क्या मांगता है मालूम नहीं। एक तो इनका शादी हुआ नहीं, ऊपर से नखरा इतना। अरे मेरा एक पार्टी डॉक्यूमेंट देखे गया ना?
हाँ, वो ड्रॉअर में रखा है।
इसका एक सेट दो ना। अरे थांब, मी घेतो।
सस्का
गर्मा गर्म दूध और फ्लेक्स। ये क्या हो रहा है? सब कुछ हिल क्यों रहा है? फ्लेक्स भी गए और दूध भी। मेरा तो पूरा घर हिल रहा है। तुम मत फूटना। बचाओ, कोई मेरा घर बचाओ भैया। फर्श भी उखड़ गई। फ्रिज भी गिर रहा है।
Life is so fragile, and yet it can begin in the wildest of places. It colonizes our lives and allows us to forget the barren landscape of our surroundings, if only for a bit. It stands out, proud and mighty, showing us that any small thing carries with it the power to alter an entire picture. The alocasia is just one example of life, one unique to the Philippines. It is just another life, however, it carries with it the beauty and strength to spark a change. I am alocasia, named after the plant of my country. 17 years ago, my mother chose this name for me, bestowing me with the values it represents. Values for impulsivity, for open-mindedness, and for responsibility. She believed wholeheartedly in a single philosophy, one that explains how every person is linked to nature, for we are all nature. And with that fact comes the duty we are forced to uphold, the duty to take care of our environment and to enjoy it. My town, St. Bernard, is one with the countryside. A river rushes alongside it, and children's laughter can be heard from miles as they play along its banks. Hills and mountains surround the area, kissing the clouds and inviting birds to touch their peaks. Trees are immeasurable, with a symphony of noise erupting for their each and every branch. And everyone within it thrives because of nature. However, life isn't what it used to be. As humanity grows, it brings a poison with it, one only we have the cure for. Humans wreak havoc to nature as if it's our worst enemy. As I have grown, I've watched the years slip away and my hometown crumbles along with it. The machine has caused insurmountable amounts of changes to the landscape. The fishermen yield smaller and smaller fish, now able to only bring home the bare minimum. The local farmers suffer yearly as their water sources are scraped clean. My neighbors search constantly for sustainable sources of water, as the bustling population requires an increasingly high amount to survive. And I hear the complaints, the constant complaints, and know something must be changed, that the effects of the machine must be reversed, that the poison of man must be cured. It's easy to be ignorant, to look only towards the positive results and shove off the negatives. It's easy to destroy nature now and push off the problems of the future. But when do we draw the line? When do we force ourselves to make things hard? That time is now. Throughout the planet, the damages of humanity are being seen. Damages that are exponential. Ecosystems are collapsing. Species are becoming extinct, and the world is beginning to lose its color. We must spark change now, so that we aren't too late. So that we can enjoy nature. Life forever. I am alocasia. I'm human, and yet my name belongs to nature. But don't you see? We are all nature. We are all bound helplessly to our surroundings. And as we destroy it, we also destroy ourselves. This poison is curable only by us, and for some reason we choose not to use it, even as it cripples us. These changes, these effects, may be slow, yes, but they are growing. And someday they'll be irreversible. Someday we will be lost. My mother named me alocasia because of her beliefs that I now share. Somebody has to spark the revolution, to open our eyes to the simplicity of the cure. I'm that person. I carry the torch, and you are the receiver. You, both human and plant, have the power to save the world. The alocasia is but a single plant, just as you are only one person. But it only takes one. Change can be done by just one. Be that one. And watch as the world synergizes as we create a landscape resonating with life.
잘 지내셨어요?
그럼. 근데 왜 오늘 혼자 왔어?
할머니 허리 수술 받으셔서 요즘 집콕 중이세요.
집콕?
집에만 계세요. 나오시지 않고. 사장님 요리 드시면 금방 나으실 거예요.
그럼 뭘 해줄까?
아시잖아요. 늘 먹던 거. 불고기 2인분.
오늘은 특별히 더 맛있게 해줄게. 잠깐만 기다려.
감사합니다.
자, 할머니랑 왔을 때 뭐 마셨던 이 콜라라도 마시.
감사합니다. 사장님.
응.
저 할머니한테 보내주게 셀카 한 번만 찍어주세요.
내가
감사합니다.
할머니 좋아하시겠다. 자, 여기.
감사합니다. 사장님 이거 사진 찍으려고 집에서 갖고 왔는데.
그래.
감사합니다. 감사합니다. 조금만 왼쪽으로.
이렇게.
숟가락이랑 젓가락 줘요.
그래. 숟가락 여기. 어디 놓을까?
네, 여기. 혹시 김치 있어요?
그럼 있지. 그래.
밥도요.
자, 김치는 여기 넣고 밥 여기.
할머니. 할머니. 할머니가 좋아하는 불고기 찾으러 왔어요.
아니 나 김치 찍어주는데.
우리 자주 먹던 거잖아요.
네가 불고기를 좋아하기 때문에 그래서 너무하려고 그런 거야. 내가 한 30년 채식주의자 아니야.
금방 김치찌개 들고 갈게요.
근데 보고 싶다. 빨리 와라. 응?
김치찌개. 사진 안 찍어?
네. 할머니 기다리는데 빨리 가야죠.
그래. 뚜껑. 그래. 아유, 뜨겁다.
Yeah, this is Lopez. I apologize, I haven't visited yet.
Mr. Lopez, it's okay. I truly understand. I'd like to make sure before I get out.
Is that Chance? Yeah, he barks all the time. Oh, no, he doesn't bark.
Hey, what can I get for you?
One moment. I can visit Mom tomorrow. Is she doing okay?
And what can I get for you, ma'am?
I'll take an Americano, please.
Fortunately, her coffee's going away. So, can you make it tomorrow, 3 p.m.?
Ma'am, just a moment. I'll call you back. Oye, pero este chino sí que molesta, ¿eh? I got a caramel cappuccino.
Alright, total's gonna be $11.32.
No sé por qué estamos aquí. Espero que no me dé el corona.
Why are you so rude?
Thank you, sir.
Aqua?
Yeah, my mom's already here. Yeah, I'll get these. See ya.
Do you mind if I call Elina now?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Why did you do that?
Do what? That? No. That was just a joke. Chill out, Chinese.
A joke? Do you think this is funny? And I'm not Chinese. I'm Korean.
Yeah, so anyways, you Asians brought the virus here.
You have no right saying that.
Yes, I do. You wanna know why? I almost lost my mom because of the virus. Can you imagine what it's like to only hear from your mom through a personal nurse? If I say that was a joke, then that was a joke, Chinito.
Hey, I think you're taking it too personally. He said it was a joke. Just let it go.
Karma, Chino. Karma. Can you believe this?
동현아, 바빴어?
아이고 우리 애기. 저거 왜 저래?
Mr. Lopez? Actually, I just got off, and I'm picking up my son. Can I call you back in 20 minutes? Hello? Hello? Mr. Lopez? Hello?
Wait. Wait.
As the coronavirus impacts communities around the globe, here at home, Asian Americans are facing more than just the fear of
89-year-old grandmother targeted in Brooklyn by two men. They slapped her and lit her clothes on fire.
When a man sprayed air freshener around an Asian American strap hanger nearby.
I hate Asians. China lady. Then go back to China where you belong.
Hmong people are not Chinese, Thai people are not Chinese. Like, you can't just group all Asians together. So there is absolutely a racism in that.
Why are they being racist to us? We don't even have the coronavirus.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, nasılsınız? Hepinize sağlıklı günler diliyorum. Sıkıntılı bir süreçten geçmekteyiz. Hem algımız hem de dikkat sürelerimiz azaldı, bunun farkındayım. Bugün sizlerle Türkiye coğrafi bölgelerini işleyeceğiz. Kameralarınızı açarsanız daha iyi bir şekilde götürebileceğimize inanıyorum bu dersi. Ayrıyetten ders olarak bize verilen süre 30 dakika. Karadeniz bölgesi, Marmara bölgesi, Ege, Akdeniz, İç Anadolu, Doğu Anadolu, Güneydoğu Anadolu bölgesi olmak üzere toplam 7 bölgemiz var. Ovaları Çukurova ve Amik ovaları, limanları İskenderun, Mersin, Antalya ve Fethiye, şehirleri Adana, Antalya, Antakya ve Burdur, Isparta, Kahramanmaraş, Mersin, turizm olarak Antakya ve Antalya, çevresindeki eski eserler ile bölgenin şelaleleri ve plajları turizm bakımından önemli yerlerdir. Marmara bölgesi Türkiye'nin kuzeybatısında yer alır. Türkiye'nin nüfus yoğunluğu en fazla olan bölgesidir. Bölge ekonomik olarak en gelişmiş bölge özelliğini taşır. Fabrikaları çimento, kumaş, deri, dokuma, iplik, konserve, şeker, içki, elektrik, ev aletleri, şişe, cam, rafineri, ilaç ve kibrit. Tarım ürünleri buğday, arpa, yulaf, pirinç, pancar, tütün, zeytin, üzüm, incir, sebze ve meyveler, ayçiçeği ayrıca ipek böceği ve hayvancılıkta önemlidir. Nehirleri Meriç, Ergene, Gönen, Susurluk gölleri, Sapanca, İznik, Manyas, Ulubat, Çekmece ve Terkos dağları, Iskarca, Samanlı, Kozdağ, Alemdağ, Uludağ ovaları, Sakarya ve Bursa ovaları, limanları İstanbul, İzmit, Bandırma şehirleri Bursa, Balıkesir, Çanakkale, Edirne, İstanbul, Kırıkkale, Kocaeli, İzmit, Sakarya, Adapazarı ve Tekirdağ olmak üzere. Turizmde ise İstanbul, Edirne, İzmit, Bursa gibi şehirlerdeki tarihi eserler ve bölge doğal güzellikleriyle turizm bakımından önemlidir. Ege bölgesi Türkiye'nin batısında yer alan Ege bölgesi, kuzeyinde Erdemit Körfezi kıyılarından güneyinde Köyceğiz'e kadar uzanır. Bu bölgemiz Ege Denizi kıyıları çok girintili çıkıntılıdır. Fabrikaları çimento, tuğla, kiremit, sabun, yağ, boya, un, konserve, sigara, dokuma, bira, şeker, rafineri ve çeşitli besin maddeleri fabrikaları vardır. İç Anadolu bölgesi ülkemizin ortasında yer alır. Kuzey Karadeniz, güneyde Akdeniz, batıda Ege, doğuda Doğu Anadolu bölgesiyle çevrilidir. Doğu Anadolu'dan sonra en büyük bölgemizdir. Karadeniz bölgesi Türkiye'nin kuzeyinde yer alır. Karadeniz boyunca uzanır. Bölge ormanlarla kaplıdır. Dağları Canik, İstinfida, Köroğlu, Ilgaz, Bolu ve Doğu Karadeniz dağları en önemli dağlardır. Doğu Anadolu bölgesi en büyük coğrafi bölgemizdir. Kuzeydoğuda Gürcistan, Ermenistan, Nahçıvan, Güneydoğuda İran ve Irak sınırları komşusudur. Fabrikaları çimento, şeker, yağ, peynir, şarap, sigara, dokuma ve iplik fabrikaları vardır. Tarım ürünleri tahıl, patates, pirinç, şeker pancarı, tütün, kayısı, şeftali, üzüm ve benzeri ürünler üretilmektedir. Hayvancılıkta bölgenin önemli bir geçim kaynağıdır. Nehirleri Dicle, Fırat, Aras, Murat ve Karasu bölgenin önemli akarsularıdır. Gölleri Van ve Çıldır gölleri. Güneydoğu Anadolu bölgesi en küçük coğrafi bölgemizdir. Bölgenin güneyinde Irak ve Suriye yer alır. Bölgenin batısında Akdeniz bölgesi vardır. Fabrikaları çimento, yağ, iplik, sivin, dokuma, içki, besin maddeleri üreten fabrikalar, petrol, arıtma tesisleri vardır. Tarım ürünleri buğday, mercimek, nohut, burçak, zeytin, Antep fıstığı ve kenevir bölgede yetişen önemli ürünlerdir. Dağları Toros ve Karadağ, ovaları Harran ve Antep ovaları, şehirleri Adıyaman, Diyarbakır, Gaziantep, Mardin, Siirt, Urfa, Batman ve Şırnak'tır. Batman ve Şırnak son yılların şehir statüsüne kavuşmuştur. Turizm, Urfa, Adıyaman, dolayısıyla Mardin'e eski uygarlıktan kalma eserler bakımından Zerresinak, Ege bölgesi. Lanet olsun. Anlatamıyorum. Hiçbirinize anlamıyorum.
我觉得对于很多人来说，30岁都属于一个转折点吧。社会节奏相对比较快的话，实际上每一个人都会处在一个相对急躁的这种心态下，就促使每一个人都会害怕自己被社会淘汰。
譬如说事业和家庭都还算满意。
一般吧，因为我负责的事情要多一些，所以说每天的话可能在12个小时左右吧。周六的话也有其他的工作，所以说休息时间会少一些。在16年的时候，国家政策上产生了一些变化，游戏产业一些政策上的一些影响，包括审核制度，就造成了倒闭了很多家公司，就是不太容易找到工作了。所以对于普通人来说是完全无能为力的。对吧？我们不能解决这个问题，贸易战就会造成经济下滑。经济下滑的话，实际上我就容易有这方面的担心，就会造成我们的工作，包括生活受到一定的影响。我这个年纪人大部分都背了很重的贷款，抗风险能力特别差，就家庭的抗风险能力很差。一旦产生这种动荡的话，有可能就造成，咱说好听点叫破产，实际上就是没钱了，或者叫过不下去了。然后呢，我就梦到，知道自己是在自己的房子里面，很奇怪，就是知人知马过来接我。当时我就喊我走，然后从自己的床上起来，跟着他走出自己的房门，就是很真实，真实到我当时就感觉。这个事情已经发生了，就好像自己已经死了一样。
我最近过得不太好。
你是个编剧？
我是，行业有很多不满意的地方。
30岁的期待你现在达成了吗？
没有。
当时是什么期待
？30岁应该是挺大的岁数了，就可以成家立业，在北京有一席之地了。但是现在看来，这个目标还没有完全达到，因为我发现当代中产要建构一个完整的生活，代价其实挺大的。我反省着如何更进一步。
At first, I was at a party. The party was lame, so I went home. It was late. I tried to sleep, but failed.I looked into the mirror and found my teeth was coming down. Not a good sign. I felt sick. At the midnight, I found myself turning into a mechanic structure. First fingers, then the wrist, then the whole arm. Cogs and parts were everywhere. It was disgusting. I was so in fear.
你现在对你30岁的自己满意吗？
不满意，我没有坚持我该坚持的东西，但是我也没有放弃，所以我还在努力当中。但是我觉得我30岁还是跟我之前毕业的时候设想自己是不一样的。本来就是因为画画，因为喜欢画画嘛。发现毕业之后，因为了生活，为了经济来源，我可能会抛弃一些我本应该坚持的东西。然后直到我现在生活算比较稳定的，我才回头发现我可能把这些东西丢得太长的时间，所以我想把它捡回来。大公司需要怀孕的人间接炒掉了，员工压力导致流产的人也有啊，背着房贷车贷那种生活的女性压力更大。深圳70%多人都有房贷，什么人啊？我是真就有这种背着房贷，然后怀着孩子，这种工作被炒的情况，有的很绝望的。很有可能说你处在事业上升期，就因为你怀孕这1年，然后你就被别人给淘汰了。就中型企业，它可能会导致说，就是因为你怀孕所开掉你，没有原因。这个现状是中国大部分公司都有的。我有时候会梦到我上班，有点像工厂里面流水线上一个工人，没有感情的那种。
我梦见自己在加班，然后我的上司一直在后面盯着我，各种监视我，内心很害怕。 还有地狱，那种红红的海火，很可怕的骷髅死神。
现在的话呢，其实最大的愿望就是有一个相对稳定的生活，能跟孩子长期生活下去，等于还没有特别基本的一个生活的保障的话，远的可能不是那么的能想象了吧。
And try to write some good stuff and try to make the industry better.
我很想去新疆那个帕米尔高原，它海拔有5000多米。
Pakistan. Pakistan's art is renowned to the world for its attraction and unique sense of artistic. One of the best Pakistan's art is cloak art. Pakistan's cloak art is Pakistan's culture identity. When you listen about Pakistan's art, the first thing is which will come to your mind is cloak art.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम मेरा नाम मोहम्मद ज़फ़र है और मैं 50 करता हूँ। यहाँ पे जो हमारे पाकिस्तान में है माशाल्लाह बहुत पॉपुलर है। चाहिए यहाँ पे जो काम किया जाता है ये माशाल्लाह जितने भी ममालिक हैं ये सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट काम हमारा है।
Cloak art has been recognized internationally for years.
25 साल पहले मैं रंग का काम सीखने के लिए आया था इधर कराची शहर में। तो फिर मैंने इसको 10 साल सीखने पे लगाया है काम को। फिर 10 साल सीखने के बाद फिर मैंने अपना वर्कशॉप खोला है। वर्कशॉप खोलने के बाद मेरे पास 3-4 लड़के हैं। अभी मैं ऑटो चैजिंग ये काम कर रहा हूँ। खुद अपने काम का उस्ताद हूँ। मेरा अपना दुकान है।
तो ये हैंडमेड काम है, मशीनिंग काम नहीं है। ये नस्ल दर नस्ल चलता आ रहा है। इसमें मेहनत है, बहुत ज़्यादा मेहनत की ज़रूरत है। हमारे लिए तो सब कुछ यही है, क्योंकि हमें तो और कुछ आता नहीं, हम कुछ और कर भी नहीं सकते। हमने एक वक्त लगाया, टाइम लगाया इसमें, तो हमें अपने काम से प्यार है, हमें अच्छा लगता है।
डेकोरेशन करते हैं तो जब बाहर निकलती है गाड़ी, सड़क पे जाती है तो लोग देखते हैं उसे तो बहुत खुश होते हैं। तो इसलिए वो कायम दाम है और भरपूर जो है ना दिन ब दिन जो है इसके बढ़ चढ़ के जो है ना काम करते हैं, अच्छे से अच्छा काम करते हैं, क्योंकि बहुत खूबसूरत लगते हैं। हर जगह पे जाएं, कहीं होटल में जाएं, कहीं पार्क में जाएं, कहीं जाएं, ये जो ट्रक आर्ट जो हमारा जो है ना ये कल्चर में शुमार हो गया है।
Sadikan Ahmad Naqvi is one of the best artists not only in Pakistan but in the world. From his art, he improved Pakistan's image internationally and take our art from into new heights. But sadly, mostly people don't know about him.
வானிலிருந்து மாறி பொழிய ஒரு சிறு வீட்டினுள் 4 சுவற்றுக்குள் ஒரு சிறுவன் ஒரு மாளிகையை உருவாக்கினான்.
சென்னை கொடுங்கையூர் பகுதியில் +1 மாணவன் தூக்கு போட்டு தற்கொலை செய்து கொண்ட சம்பவம் அதிர்ச்சியை ஏற்படுத்தியுள்ளது. பெரம்பூரில் உள்ள தனியார் பள்ளியில் சக்திவேல் என்ற மாணவன் பள்ளியிலிருந்து வீடு தற்கொலை செய்து கொண்டார். தகவல் அறிந்த
அப்போ கிட்ட வா. வா.
வர மாட்டேன்.
பயப்படாத வா.
நான் வர மாட்டேன்.
கிட்ட வா.
நான் வர மாட்டேன்.
பயப்படாத வா.
மாட்டேன்.
பயப்படாத வா.
நான் வர மாட்டேன்.
இங்க பார், என்ன பாரு. இப்போ எதுக்கு பயப்படுற? ஒன்றும் இல்லை. இங்க பாரு, நான் என்ன பண்றேன்னு பாரு. இப்போ எப்படி பார்த்தியா? இங்க பாரு, நல்லா இருக்கா பூ? நீ பண்றியா?
வளர்ந்து வர நாடுகள் இருக்கிற 87% இளைஞர்கள் தவறான அரசியல் பொருளாதார கொள்கைகள்னாலையும் தரமற்ற கல்வி மருத்துவ வசதிகள் போன்றவற்றாலும் பாதிக்கப்படுறாங்கன்னு இந்த அறிக்கை சொல்லுது. ஒரு நாட்டோட இளைஞர்கள் ஆரோக்கியமான மனநிலையில் இருந்தா அந்த நாடு நல்லா இருக்கும், வளர்ச்சி பாதையை முன்னெடுக்கும். இது மூலமா என்ன சொல்ல வரோம்னா,
மீண்டும் இடி ஒளி ஒலித்தது. ஆனால் இம்முறை அதனை கவனிக்காமல் அவனும் அவனது தாயும் தங்களது மாளிகையை கட்டமைக்கத் தொடங்கினர்.
Why the fuck are you here?
You know why. I don't want to talk to you.
So you came here? You're sick.
Ha! Me? You just threw away all his things, Max.
It was all in my room. It's been there for years. It had to go.
Well, move it. Don't dump it.
You need to move on. All you and Mum do is talk about him. You're obsessed.
Oh, please. Don't suddenly act like you care. You're moving out on Saturday anyway. You know, sometimes it does feel like Dean is more in my life than you.
Well, you know what? I can't wait to get away from you. You're always fucking miserable. Go join Dean then for all I care.
Fuck you, Max. We all know it was your fault. He's dead because of you. It was your idea. You made him jump. You're the oldest. You should have known better. Why, Max? Why didn't you let him come down?